Good afternoon, and welcome to GameFest 2022. I'm Ben Cheng, Director of the Games and Simulation Arts and Sciences Program at Princeton Polytechnic Institute, and I'll be your host this afternoon as we check out fantastic student games and hear fantastic research talks and from game studies scholars. GameFest is the time of the year when we come together and celebrate all of the fantastic work that students in game development are making, really the next generation of game designers. This is the time when you all have been doing the classroom projects now comes out into the world and show it to the public. So we're just really delighted to have you all here. I want to extend a special welcome to everybody from RIT and from NYU who are joining us here today. And we'll see some outstanding games from you all as well. I want to say a quick word of thanks to our sponsors before we get started. This event is hosted by the GSAS program in the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences at RPI. It's really made possible by the support of the NYSTAR Division of Empire State Development in New York State, and by the support of studios including Blizzard, Albany, First Playable Productions, and really all of our friends and partners in the area throughout the state. Now, part of what has really made the games industry take off here throughout New York, throughout this region, is all of the innovation, all of the energy and drive that game designers bring to this field. But it's also the support of the communities, it's the support of the state and of our elected representatives. So I'd like to turn this over to Roots for a few words from Assembly Member John McDonald.
Well, good afternoon. This is Assembly Member John McDonald, and we're here in downtown Troy today. Unfortunately, I can't be with all the gamers today at the RPI GameFest. But for those from outside the area, I know some folks from NYU are here. Welcome to the Capital Region. And of course, to all those at RPI, welcome as well. And I hope that you have a great day. You know, a little bit of exciting news, as you might have known. For the first time in the history of the state of New York, we have actually established the digital gaming production tax credit. And it's a recognition of the fact that gaming continues to grow, not only throughout the country, but it's growing here in the Capital Region. I'm very excited about the gaming credit. I do think it's an opportunity to grow the cluster here in the Capital Region. And you know, the inspiration comes from some of your fellow former graduates, Bala brothers, who are now at VLAN Ventures, but also all the other gamers in the Capital Region. I know many of you here to study gaming, to appreciate the art and the science and skill. I look forward to hopefully calling you neighbors, as this gaming tax credit is intended to not only attract people to our region, but also to stay and live and work and enjoy our region. Game on, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. So today we have a terrific program. Until 4 o'clock, we're going to be having live game demos on the stream from some of the developers who are showcasing their games here today. 4 to 6, we have research presentations from graduate students who are studying games a whole myriad of different ways, both the creation of games and their impact in society. And then from 6 until about 7:50 or so, we'll have the award ceremony. We'll recognize all of the outstanding work that these students have done. Now, in addition to the stream that you're watching right now, you can also join us in another way in virtual reality, where we've made a virtual expo where you can visit and check out the games and talk to some of their creators. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. So this is our virtual expo in AltSpace VR. You can explore this space and check out the games, watch the videos, talk to the students, and get more information about all their projects and links to download. To visit this, just go to our website, www.gamefest.rpi.edu. and click the link to go to Alt Space VR, and download the viewer, and connect right in. So we'll hope to see you over there as well. So that'll be running throughout the day, and you can watch the screen and check that out over there too. So we have a terrific show lined up for you today. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the game demos. The first team that I want to bring up is for a game called No Small Matter. Hi Max, how you doing?
Hi there, it's going pretty well. How are you doing?
I'm all right. So Max, tell us a little bit about this game.
Yeah, so No Small Matter is a game. Here, I'll bring up the front little screen here. It's a game it's a puzzle game. You're playing as a magical spirit in the house of a modern mage. So you have to solve puzzles to bring her back from the magical anomaly that she accidentally teleported herself into. So you sort of explore like this very modern house, but with sort of an ancient magic twist, and explore it and solve puzzles to get to the end of the game. Should I start I have 5 minutes of gameplay. I can sort of give some commentary over it. All right. You are a spirit created by a mage named Vigorous. So she's a very powerful mage, and she has an apprentice called Straber. And during sort of a magical experiment, they were accidentally teleported into an alternate dimension. And you, a little spirit of magic, popped out of that dimension. So you have to find a way to bring her back. You have one of her wands, and you have some powers using that wand. So you can see you can attach objects to other objects or parts of the world. We call that sort of magnetism. You can also freeze objects in place, like you just saw there. So it's really cool. There's a lot of creativity you can do with this. You can, for example, like you see there, or like you're about to see here, if there's something you can stand on, you can click on it and you can magnetize it to another part of the world and sort of fly around on it. Or you can move objects around that way. And you can use it with this time-stopping mechanic to sort of move yourself around space. So some really interesting, it went through a lot of iterations. So at the beginning, we had an idea for it to be like an enormous room with all these puzzles in it. And then you would just like swap the gravity, just like turn upside down in the whole building. But it felt like it didn't give the player enough control. So we wanted to give them like more specific tools. So it morphed into this. So I was the artist on this project. And I had some really cool challenges with this because the player in this game is a spirit, right? They're like a spirit of magic. So they're really small. So you're much smaller than like the world around you. You probably saw like the desk and the bookshelf. You're really little. You're like 1.5 feet, 2 feet tall. So when you're making assets for a game like that, you always have to be thinking about like, how do I interact with this as a small, like little spirit? So like the desk you start next to, it has like tiers, like it has almost steps built into the side, but in like a natural way. So the player can learn how to get up onto places more easily. You can see like solving this puzzle, you have to use the magnetism mechanic to sort of put these little ball things on these pressure plates, but also use them to block the lasers so that you can get to the end of the level. There's a lot of different puzzles in this game. And one of the very first things we decided early on was that we wanted there to be a lot of player choice in how you complete the game. So you don't need to complete all the puzzles to beat the game. You actually technically only need to complete a few. You can get through a lot of the game just by exploring, if that's what you like. So you can explore the main building and you'll find hidden, breakable walls or things hidden inside, tiny little pieces of architecture that can help you solve the game. Or you can go around and complete these puzzles through these portals. Or you can do a mix of the two, which we're kind of hoping people would do. For the sound, sorry, you're getting feedback. You good? So the sound was done by Mira. She was on our team. She did a lot of really cool stuff with sort of older traditional instruments like woodwinds and stuff like that. But in this sort of like pop beat to sort of mix like this idea of like an ancient mage in, you know, the modern day, which I thought was really cool. Do you have any questions about it so far, or any comments about what you're saying?
So think about this in like this kind of mechanics and stacking of.
Sorry, what's that?
Let's try that. How did you think about developing this kind of like combination and stacking of abilities, like the way that the objects would interact?
Yeah, so it started and it sort of built off this idea as like of one space that you'll be in. Eventually it sort of split off into these smaller portals, but we wanted, as you interact with the space to work more for you. So like if you have a bunch of books fly in the air and then you freeze them in place, you can create stairs for yourself to get around like this sort of difficult terrain more easily. So we thought like the combination of these two ideas of like freezing objects and connecting them to each other gave like a ton of player ideas, right? Because you can freeze as many objects as you want in the air, or you can connect as many objects as you want. And so there are a lot of ways to solve some of these puzzles. There's the way we like really, really intend. But if you're really smart and you build a really complex system with objects connecting to each other and freezing in air, you can find really creative solutions to a lot of these puzzles. And we thought that was just really cool because like Portal was a big inspiration, right? And most of the time there's like one way to solve a Portal puzzle. Sometimes there's a few, but we kind of like the idea of it being a little more creative than that. So that's kind of how that idea came around.
You could say a little bit about the art style for this game. Some like really striking visual things you have going on.
Yeah. So as the artist, I really wanted I want this to be like a fancy modern house, but I love fantasy, so I wanted like that touch of like the old and the fantasy elements in there. So you've got like old Roman amphora, like wine containers. You've got like a snow globe, right? A fancy modern snow globe, but it's got like a fairy trapped in it. So like I was always thinking about how do I make this like fantasy thing the modern equivalent. There's a hat rack or a coat rack, which you would have in a house, but it's covered in different wizards' hats, you know, to fit that aesthetic. But yeah, it was more difficult than I thought because it all had to work with the player being the smaller size and work with the mechanics in a way that didn't break the game because you're going all over the place. It could be easy to get stuck. So that was always in the back of my mind. Yeah, I think we're nearing the end of our time, but is there anything else you'd like to ask?
No, thank you. That was that was terrific.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So the next game that we have up is called Tempo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, so tell us all about Tempo.
Sure. So Tempo is an arcade-style experience. It has like a very simple mechanic of player just jumping between platforms and try to get to the end of a tunnel. But every element in the game is designed to make that process feel really good. So we have audio and visual effects that provides instant feedback every time player makes an input. And we also have a score system that allows the player to compete across the globe. It's initially developed last year at Level Up State Incubator Program, and we ended up shipping the game to Steam last November. And over the past 5 months, we have attracted 70K players around the world and have like a very active speedrun community. So I see Brett is ready demo in the game. This is the tutorial level, and you can see we have like a Steam leaderboard. So Brett, if you want to scroll through like maybe all the levels to show like all the environment. So this is all the environments we have currently. When we originally released the game, we have 4 environments, and I think at the beginning of this year, we added like the Lunar New Year event, which has like a brand new environment and theme. So Brett, if you want to maybe do another level.
Yeah.
So essentially, you have 4 inputs, which is matched to the 4 directional keys. And pressing a key will teleport you to the closest one in the environment. And those empty tiles is trap tile. So hidden on the trap tile will freeze the player for a certain length. Oh, Brett, are you sharing the audio?
I should be, yeah.
Because we can't hear the audio on stream. But that's okay. We can probably just finish the level for now.
Okay.
So our apologies, not sharing the audio, which is the essential part of the experience. But if you want to experience the whole game, feel free to join the Alt VR space and check out our booth. The game should be up there, and it's available on Steam for free. And you can see the environment responding to players' input. You have a final score that you can put on the Steam leaderboard to see how well you're doing comparing to all the other players around the world. And I think that's pretty much everything we want to demo today. Is there any comments or questions we can answer?
So one of the first things someone would think looking at this is that it's a rhythm game. It's sort of typical rhythm genre. Would that be correct, or is it something a little different?
It's actually very different. When we start developing the game, we also have like a internal thought about this might better fit into a rhythm game, but the player is not actually playing according to the beat. And the way we thought about it is this is actually what's unique about our experience. It's not like locking the player to playing with the beat, but it also creates like a very responsive and satisfaction of like a rhythm game. So we wouldn't call ourselves a rhythm game, but it provides the same satisfaction or maybe even more. Oh, Ben, I think you're muted.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's just like a very audio musical game, with this rhythm element. The visuals are really, I would call it like sumptuous as well. And you talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So when we are creating the art assets of the game, we're just essentially locking down a theme, starting from concept art, and we redesign each element in this environment to be responsive to all the players' input. So depending on where you're going fast or slow, the environment, all the visual effects will change based on how you're doing. So you can see in this ocean or undersea environment, you can see all the bubbles and the ring rotating. Those are all responsive to how Brett is doing right now. You can see that there's a BPM just giving you this instant feedback of like how you're doing. And all the visual elements in the game sort of like change based on that.
So what's next for this game? So this is already out on Steam, and you've got you've got some people playing it. Where are you going to take it now?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest hope of us for next step of Temple is definitely towards the community, because we have a very big player community, and we want to kind of open up this level creation process to our community so that they can also go in, make their own level. Because one of the requests we are constantly getting is that, oh, I really wish I can play with my own music or something like that. So we're currently actively developing the next patch for Temple, and hopefully open up this broad level creation system for the player so that more people can create their own level and there's more UGC content.
How difficult is it to create a level? Like, what do you have to go through to do that?
For now, we only have like an internal development tool where you just map all the tiles on like a tile sheet, and then determine like an audio file. But we wouldn't call it like user friendly or release ready for a broader community. So our hope is to take this structure and then polish it with a polished like user interface and also the user flow, so that we can release the game community so that more people can create their own level without actually going into Unity or do any development stuff.
Yeah. Well, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very honored to be here today.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
All right. So the next game that we've got up to demo is called Vigorous.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Hadong. Here to demo our game Vigorous. So Vigorous is a visually stunning rhythm platformer. While playing, the player will become our girl Vigorous, retrieve the memory once was lost, and help your little companion to save the world from monsters. During the battle, the player needs to utilize different abilities to defeat the enemies, and all the actions need to be on the beats. So we have two different type of gameplay in our game. The first one is the normal phase. The player will go through a part of narrative and battle with a bunch of enemies. So, played. Yeah, and the other one is the boss fight, which have two stages. The first stage is like a bullet hell game. The players need to keep dodging from the attack attack of the boss. Yeah, and after the first stage, the player can fight back and attack the boss. So currently our game is already available in Steam and it's free to play. So we already it's launched at the last month, and we already get 15K players. Yeah, so we'll try to get in more players. And our yeah, you can find our game in Steam if you want to play it. Yeah, I mean just give the yeah, and I'm the producer and the programmer of this game. Our team is formed by 6 people, with 3 artists, 1 designer, one sound designer, and a composer, and me. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any questions? Oh, you muted, I think.
So tell me about the story behind this game.
So the story is actually it's not more like a sci-fi movie. So the so the player is the Vigorous, the little girl on screen, is actually a virtual character in a you know, I don't know how to explain. It's very hard to explain it clearly with a few sentences. So it's the main character of our game is a virtual character created by another virtual character. So it's like a multiple world, and the world, like the virtual world inside a virtual world. So and the player the player during the story, the player finds that the world she's in is not very normal, and she needs to find the truth through the battles. Yeah, that's kind of the structure of our story.
Yeah, I mean it's a fantastically imaginative worlds that you've created. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the animation. I mean, the graphic style overall, and then like how you went about animating like this boss character, this sort of gesture maniac that's on screen right now.
So we utilize the 2D animation system inside the Unity, but so as I said before, we have 3 artists, 1 character designer, 1 general 2D artist, and 1 animator. So our 2D artist and the character designer will make all this, as you can see, this art assets, and pass them to the animator, and the animator will do all the do the rigor word and do the riggering word and all the animation stuff. Yeah, and after that, I'm a programmer. I will put them into the game.
Did they animate do the animation actually in Unity or in?
Yeah, we do all the animation in Unity with the 2D animation system.
Yeah, interesting. It's very effective. Can you talk about like the inspiration for the art style?
So the art style is basically is decided by our artist, so our character designer, who is very good at this art style, and we want to like let our team members do their best from the beginning. That's our purpose for this for this project.
Yeah. The movement system you have, so it's all on it seems like it's all on a grid-based movement in the same. What was your reason for doing it that way, as opposed to free movement, or like a sort of more what would maybe seem like a more traditional platforming kind of movement?
So we want to try to create some like new and unique gameplay to the player. So we try to do some general mashup gameplay in our game, and we consider, since we have a very professional composer and also this great artist, so we want to do some like game related to music. But the traditional rhythm game is not. There is a lot of rhythm game. Yeah, so we want to try to do something new and unique.
Is there a rhythm game element to this? Like, do you move on the beat?
Yeah, so all the action all the action need to happen on the beats. As you can see, there is J and K for triggering these two ability, and so which means the player must need to press J or K on a beat, and to trigger that ability.
Oh, what are some of the abilities?
So we actually have 4 abilities in our game. So the first one is a very simple melee attack, and let me try to get to the as you can see, this one is a very simple melee attack, and it's very friendly for the new players. And this one is a bomb. This skill will allow the player to leave a bomb to the place where the player triggers the skills, and the bomb will cause the area damage to the enemy, but also will damage the players themselves if the player still stay in the damage area. And the green one is a shared skill. It's a very advanced skill. So this skill allows the player to block the attacks from enemy. For example, let me go to here. Yeah, if the player uses the shared, the bullet from the enemy will be blocked and bouncing off to the enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And also there is a dash skill will allow the players to move 2 grids per beat and cause the damage through the line.
Yeah, so there's a real kind of tactics planning element to this as well as just the the overall visual and musical experience of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, the normal battle is kind of like a puzzle game. So the player need to figure out their plan to defeat all the enemies. Yeah, so because different enemies have different abilities, the player need to figure out what's the best plan.
Mm-hmm. Is this so? The background that we're looking at right now is that only a background, or is that part of the play space? Like it looks like these are platforms. Like it's a it's like kind of a platformer.
So actually, it's a background, but we did the multi-layer visual effect in our game. So when the player is moving back or forward or back, the different layer of background will have different speed of movement. So it will look like it's a 3D background.
Oh, so it has like a parallax effect.
Yeah.
Right. Great. So last question. So what's next for you? Is this the game is out? It's getting a great following. Are you going to keep developing and adding on to it? Are you going to continue on to another project after this? What does the future hold?
So currently we are trying to. There's still somewhere in the game need to be polished, and we're also trying to port this game to more platforms like Mac or even the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that's the current plan.
Great. Well, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next game is a game that, like many of the games we're looking at, kind of questions like what it means to be a game. So this game is called RP(IDLE).
Thank you.
Hello, Justin.
Hello. Can you see my game?
Yes.
All right, so starting off, the title is RPIDLE, a name that actually means more to people who don't go to RPI, interesting enough. It was intentionally designed to be like a play on the word RPG, because as you progress through the game, it slowly becomes less of a game and more something else, an idle experience. Let's get started. Turn the volume low. So the gameplay is fairly similar to a typical RPG, at least in the beginning of it. There are enemies on the map. I go to them. And I fight them. Typical attacks. Hey, leveled up. Good for me. Some magic. Some more magic. One of my guys died. Oh, leveled up again, though. Good for me. And hey, I won the fight. And after this, well, most of my guys are dead, so I need to go back to the inn to heal, to recover from, death, essentially. And then I go off on to my second fight. Plays basically the same as the first. Like RPGs, a lot of repetition involved in it. I'm using magic because that's way more effective than attacking. It shouldn't be, but it's something that kind of just happened as I was making the game, so I'm running with it. All right, and I've earned some gold, so now I can go to the shop and buy the first upgrade. All right. First off is the travel upgrade, which automates travel. So instead of me going to find enemies, it moves automatically. See, no hands. Good for me. I still need to actually do the fighting myself, but the travel has been automated. And at this point, I think we can all agree this is still a game. Obviously, the game. Travel is probably an important part of RPGs, but not so important that leaving it out of the gameplay means it's no longer a game. And one of my guys died, so I automatically traveled back to the inn to heal myself. This will repeat for little bits. I forget how much the next one cost. But I will skip ahead a little bit. Use cheat code to get myself some free gold so I can move on to the next upgrade. And that would be combat automation. With travel and combat now automated, the game plays essentially hands-free. You see, my hands are up in the air, I'm doing nothing, and yet the game's still playing without me. And so this again raises the question, is this in fact a game? It still feels like game, it still plays like game. The player goes through the game goes through all the motions the player would to level up, but I'm not actually having to be involved in this at all. So is this a game? Maybe. But we can make the question a little bit less clear by getting the next upgrade. Again, go to the store and buy a mercenary. I've contracted a mercenary. Good for me. And I can put them to work in the menu. Now I have one mercenary employed. Out of time, but yeah.
I like how the little message keeps coming up saying, buy more, buy more.
I use the cheat codes that shouldn't appear until later on, but yes, once you have a certain number of mercenaries and they've made enough gold, they'll just tell you buy more, buy more, buy more. And like it says, you can buy many more mercenaries. But right now, this is how it looks with one. It plays the exact same way as it did when travel and automation were when the travel and combat were automated. But again, the player is now one step further away from the actual feeling of gameplay. So this feels even less like a game, even though it's playing out exactly the same as it did when those two upgrades were activated. But, the player is still free to move around the map. They can go fight enemies they want to. And it's basically just effective as having one mercenary. So let's buy more mercenaries. Many, many more mercenaries. And now I can contract with 19 of them. A soulless army of killing machines dashing across the battlefield, going from enemy to enemy. And hey, I'm leveling up. I'm actually leveling up quite a bit because each one of them is about as effective as I was at actual combat. So again, the question's raised, is this a game? Well, as Professor Ben Chang said, this is still entertaining to watch. It's still fun to see. Not really sure if it's a game, but, let's take it one step further. Open up menu and hire up that last mercenary. What a beautiful army of soulless killing machines. You can go now. You are no longer needed. And at this point, even the visuals of the game are removed from the player. The player is one step further removed from the gameplay experience as everything goes dark. And instead, we just get the repeated notions. You leveled up over and over again. And the question is once again raised, is this a game? I do not know. I would assume it would not be, but in class, I had people tell me that, this still felt like a game to them, or at least a metagame, and they enjoyed watching the numbers go up, up, up over and over again. And much to my surprise, so did I. After the last time I demoed this game, I forgot to close it and I left it running in the background. And every hour, every 2 hours, every 3 hours, I would still get that little sound. Timing's a bit off there. There we go. You leveled it up. I would still get that little sound, and it felt good to me. It felt rewarding to me. It felt like I did something, even though all I did was forget to close the game. So to some players, this still feels like a game to them. And the exact definition of a game is a bit difficult to pin down, I'd say. Though if your player says, I'm playing a game, I don't think we have any right to say, no, you're not. You're wrong about what a game is. And I would really like to see, survey a large number of players and see when they feel like the experience stops becoming a game, stops being a game to them. Would be also interesting to see if that depends on how they started off initially. Like if they started off having to do everything manually, would they say this still feels like a game? Does it feel like, they earn that reward from playing, from getting through the early parts of the game and reaching this? Or what if they started off with combat and travel automated? Or what if they started off with the mercenaries employed by them? Would they still consider this is a game? How long would they continue just watching the black screen, the stars in the sky, essentially, and continually getting that continually getting that message that they leveled up? I would be very interested in actually testing that myself. If I had the time and patience to, if I ever had the time to actually set up a whole player survey, maybe next semester, I will see about that.
So
another minute talk. Do I have another minute talk?
We're just about out of time, but if you
okay, just out of time then.
If you want to make some any last points you want to make.
Just that this relates back to a term called interpassivity, which is the joy derived from delegating a task onto the game itself. The author Sonia Fai has described similar to be when you're watching a play or a sporting event, you're still experiencing the highs and lows of the game without actually, having to play a game or watch your loved ones be murdered or anything like that. You still feel happy, sad, whatever, because it feels like you're still feeling those emotions even though you're not actually involved in it. So it still feels like you're making progress in a game even though you're doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah. So everybody, try it out and then let us know in the comments what you thought, and if you thought it was still a game once you got to that to the idle stage. And Justin will be returning a little bit later in the program for a more in-depth dive into his research on the idle games genre. All right, thanks,
Good
Justin.
For me. Thank you.
All right, so next up we have a game called Malika.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So tell us about your game.
I had heard somewhere that great games have their gimmicks set up in such a way that they can be described in one sentence. And so Malika is a game about throwing things. It's a pixel art platformer where you throw stuff at enemies to kill them.
Yep, so you use telekinesis to defeat enemies as you progress through the level.
Fantastic.
And I figured we'd start by playing the trailer for you guys. So, game about throwing things.
So the complete game has 3 levels, but we're going to be showing the second level today. It's the most complete level that we've made so far. We've been using Unity to put all of the art and everything together. This was my first pixel art game, and it was my first time using Sprite, which is a pixel art software that you can use for it. So it was very interesting to be able to learn how to do it and figure out how to animate using very few pixels and everything.
We have some basic mechanics, picking up objects, and basic double jump. Killing enemies for the most part is about throwing rocks or mailboxes at whatever thing is coming and trying to kill you. Almost all the sounds were made with our mouths. So
I was going to ask about that.
Different enemies have different gimmicks. These are the thorn bugs. You can pick them up and throw them at other enemies to kill them, or you can just kind of throw them around. We broke up the pacing of the level by having some simple puzzles, just to pull the antenna down to make yourself a bridge. Certain things like the tortoises, they'll charge at you when they notice you. One thing you can do is that once they've done that, you can pick them up and throw them at enemies.
So when you're moving, so this is keyboard and mouse are the controls?
Yep.
So when you pick something up, you have okay, so this is the telekinesis idea, that it has this kind of like floating thing. When you're dragging the object around, does it just automatically follow your mouse everywhere, or is there some kind of resistance, like magnetic force, that you have to kind of fight against to pull it in directions?
It's not. It's kind of just setting the velocity of the object pointed in the direction of the mouse. So in the direction of the mouse relative to it. And that way throwing things is kind of fluid and straightforward, rather than having it apply a force. Just setting the velocity directly kind of allows you to smash things easier and more intuitively.
Did it take you a long time to kind of finesse how that interaction feels?
Yeah, there was some things. I think at one point we were trying to just match the transform of the object to the mouse, and that didn't feel so great. And throwing things was impossible like that. So setting the velocity made it much. It was a feel that we were going for. Other things about enemies, we have the beehive here. And when the beehive first comes on screen, when it works correctly, it'll spawn a bee. At this point in the game, the player has been conditioned to click everything that moves, every enemy. But if you see the beehive and you click it, you just kind of make it mad and it starts spawning bees. And so you have to kill the beehive by smashing something into it.
I mean, it certainly makes logical sense.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what are your inspirations for this game? A little bit with the style and the gameplay, and particularly the trailer. I was getting this this kind of Cannonbolt vibe. I wonder if there's other inspirations that went into this.
I can't speak to Cannonbolt. I've not heard of that game. A lot of the art. We had talked about Terraria as a reference. A smooth, parallaxing background, pixel art. It was really, when we decided pixel art, that was the first game that came to mind. So that was really all I could really relate to. You had more experience with it.
I hadn't done pixel art before, so it was using a lot of references like Terraria, or even just Googling pixel art platformer and seeing what type of style I could try to emulate with the game.
Yeah, it's a very soothing and charming kind of a feel watching this, but then it also has this kind of like wacky anarchy going on. And with the sound, I almost want to then hear the next thing be like an a cappella soundtrack in the background to go with all of the organically made sound effects.
That would be cool.
That would be sweet, actually.
All right, so I'm looking forward to hearing that next. But thank you. We're going to move on to the next game.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So our next game is called Bang for Your Buck.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm here representing Hedge Fund Studios, and we're going to be showing off our game, Bang for Your Buck. So let me share my screen real quick. All right, now let's pull it up. So this game is a bit interesting because the idea behind it is a gacha game in which all of the characters are representative of very stock markets companies. So their stats rise and fall depending on the volatility of the stock market. We use the percent change for each individual company to determine where the stock's stats lie. For this gameplay demo, we're going to show a short segment of the game and take it into account a little bit of the story, but not focus on too much. So we've got a little title screen here. You can go to the roster and check out some of the characters I've pre-summoned for us. Interestingly, you'll note that everybody's negative right now. That's because the stock market is currently not doing too hot with percent change. So it's a pretty funny demonstration we got on that front. But normally, it's not all negative. Every 20 minutes, our attention reaching gets updated. Currently, it's just everybody's a little bit low. But the general idea, you'll notice that we have a couple advertisements in here for RPI-based projects. The general idea is to look at a character, notice like if their stat is doing good or bad, like you can check their stocks. Everyone's going to be negative, and then it changes their stats around. But you can see there's some characters we might not want to be using at the moment. The idea is that when there isn't everybody being negative, some characters will be stronger than others, and if you don't have those strong characters, you're going to want to have to re-pull and try to get them later. So it's a bit of a hassle, and it involves a little bit of that hybrid gameplay of there's the game, but there's also like the game outside of the game in having to like know what stocks are going up and down. So we have a pretty straightforward RPG kind of battle system. I'm not going to go through every single one of these because it would take too long. And we use these battles in a way to tell our story. So a little bit of information. There's a character you're going to meet called D. Jones. He's our main narrative force. He's effectively a rich businessman who hires the player to do his dirty work and like collect money for him. So we've gone through a bunch of different stages already with him, learned a little bit about the world, learned a little bit about his practices, and we're going to jump into the 7th fight real quick. 6th fight? I don't remember. So we're going to be wanting to make our team, and yes, everybody's stats are really low at the moment, so it's a little bit up in the air of what we take, but we can look and see when we're making our team, you'll get a couple of bonuses. So these two characters have beneficial tags. So if you look down here, you'll see there are 3 tags for each character. These tags help you realize a little bit about how the characters interact in terms of team building. So when you have 2 characters with sharing a tag that's beneficial, you'll get varying stat boosts. So it makes team building both having to worry about the stats changing, but also the dynamics of each team depends on, who you have available to make. So let's go with this. 4 tags is pretty solid. It's a good, nice spread of reusing tags here. So let's go into a basic fight. So this is D. Jones, giving off a little bit of dialogue. So you can see we're fighting the blue-collared kobold and the white-collared kobold. These are characters from earlier in the battles, but now they're going to be working together. So it's a little bit more of a challenging fight. So we got a pretty simple RPG system. You can do a special attack that uses as part of your MP bar, which is shared throughout your party, because businesses love sharing. And 2 basic attacks that are dependent on the sector. Sectors are kind of like classes, except in this case, they're functioning more like energy companies, retail companies, things like that. So Raythena is a defense company, so it has all like the defense skills. So like healing, a little bit of damage. Tazla's over for transportation, so is the transportation-based skills. Lameta is a tech company, so you got the tech stuff, but you got special attacks as well. The catch is, see I did damage over here now, sometimes attacks will miss because enemies can dodge, but that I just got a kill there, so we're pretty safe. A little bit blocked. But basically, you make your way through the battles, you get some more money, and then you take that money to try to go summon for newer characters. Expand your roster, stuff like that. So you go to the summon menu, and you can go through some of the current banners. The way these banners work is they take the stocks that are currently doing the best, but according to various metrics, and put them in various ways to summon. So we can summon here. We can summon about once with the amount of money we have. We got a refund. There's a pretty high chance of refunds here. But I guess that didn't work. But we did get enough money to summon again. And we got a duplicate. Naturally, there was a banner duplicate, so at least it was a little bit more realistic. From here, I guess we'll just kind of close the ad out. Oh, well, I guess here we are at our itch page, which is also functioning as our Kickstarter page. See, a lot of the point of this game is to be a game outside of the game. Not only do we have the internal game and the incorporation of the stock market, but the overall goal of what we're aiming for is commentary on relatively unethical practices in the games industry. And that ties to some like gambling mechanics in our comparisons with like the stock market and with gacha systems, but also with like just Kickstarter campaigns that promise way more than they're ever going to deliver on. So we have this Kickstarter that we made that's full of empty promises and like just a lot of fun dialogue. So definitely something I would encourage you to check out. We'd have an official Kickstarter, but Kickstarter has to actually approve anything that you post on their site. And they weren't really going to like entirely empty promises. So we just keep it on our itch page for now. You're welcome to still give us money. We have donations set up. So.
All right. All right, Chris, thank you very much. This is a fascinating, just like the global financial system, this is a very complex and multi-layered game, and have a lot of like really interesting things to say about modern hypercapitalism. So thank you for that. We're going to move on to something completely different. Our next game up is called Kiln.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Welcome. Very excited to have you here today. So this year we're including a larger, inviting like larger participation from analog and tabletop and board games into GameFest, which is perhaps ironic since we've chosen to do this in a year when we're still doing it virtually. However, you've I see you've managed that in a very creative way. So tell us about your game.
Okay, so this is Kiln. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Marceline, but you can call me Marcy. And this is my design partner, Cross. And this is our tabletop game, Kiln. It's a puzzle polyomino style game. So let's just jump into it. So thematically, what's going on is we are spinning clay on this wheel, and then from the clay that we spin, from the shapes of pottery that we create, we're going to place them into our kiln. Now, today, me and Cross have been assigned to the same kiln, so we are going to be competing to fit all of our pieces into the kiln before the other. So currently, it is my turn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick all of the pieces from one cup. So let's say I picked this cup. I'll pick up all the pieces from this cup. I'll set them aside for now because Tabletop Simulator can be a little finicky. But I'll pick up all the pieces from that cup and then draw a line with them. I'll be placing them cup by cup in adjacent cups. And the final cup I land into is important. So I started here. I'm going to place here, here, and then here. So this is the final cup I placed into. So I will place a marker. I'll use this die. And if you look from the top, you'll see that there are 4 other connected cups that each have pink in them as well. That creates a shape that we can then place onto the board here. So I'm going to do that now. So I have to draw this shape. It's this little U shape in pink in the exact orientation that I see it in. So I'm seated across from Cross. So he would have a different perspective on the way he can place it. So in this case, I could place it here and I'll mark it as pink. Color is important in our game as it otherwise lets you, so normally when you place a shape, you must place corner to corner from a previous shape. But if pieces are the same shape, they like to be placed next to each other. So in this case, I could do a move like this, but I want to prevent Cross from being able to build off of this shape. So I think this is a more ideal position. After I've placed my shape, I go back to the original cup and I take all pieces from that last cup that have matching pieces that match the piece that I last placed into it. So if I had multiple pinks in here, I would take them both. But in this case, I just have one. So I take all the pinks and I place them into my personal cup. And now it's your turn, Cross.
All right. So for my turn, because I was thinking while you were explaining, I already have my turn ready. So I will pick up every single thing in this cup and pick them up and then place them like this. Although right now it's the blues are not connected because there's one missing, but there's a mechanic in our game that called mending. So I can spend one blue in my cup, that is my resource, to extend the shape. So now I have a 5 straight line piece. So I will put it here to stop Marcy expanding the board.
Nice.
And then this piece is removed from the game, and then I will collect this piece as my resource.
Nice. And now it's back to me. Now, something that we haven't explained yet is what are these cards in my hand? Cross also has a bunch of cards in his hand. These cards are lesson cards. So like I said at the beginning of the teach, we are attending a pottery class. So on each card is either an advanced lesson or a beginner lesson. And if I choose to do one, I cannot do the other. So in this case, I'm going to try to fulfill one of my lessons. Let's try to fulfill this column. So in order to gain the last resource I need, which is green, I have to make a big green shape. So I'm going to do that right now by doing this. So I've created a green L shape, and I'll mark this. And I'll place this right here, which will give me more opportunity to grow later. And I'll mark it as green.
I don't like that move.
Sorry. I'll take my green. And now I can, as a bonus action on my turn, play this card. So as you can see on the card, it requires pink, pink, green, and either red or yellow, which is exactly what I have. So I'm going to spend all of these, placing them onto the card, and I get the consequence, which is in this box. I get to make this 5 straight line, which is worth 2 points at the end of the game. Each card has their own special ability, such as this one, which can be either pink or green. That's a typo. This one can be pink or blue. This one, because it's also a 5 straight, is also worth 2 points. And we have other cards too, like this one is rotatable, which breaks the rule of having to place it as you see it. But I'm going to place this column now. So it looks like there's not many options to place a 5 straight. I couldn't place a 5 straight here or here. I can't play one here, but because this is a pink 5 straight, I can actually place it adjacent to this previous shape, touching the flat side of the shape.
That is a full block to me.
That is a full block, so you cannot get into there unless you were to jump around some other way.
So you wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to place that shape. Like if you were trying to place that 5 straight and make it blue, you wouldn't be able to put it where you just did because it was adjacent to. Well, no,
yes.
It was adjacent to, is it
if this was blue, for example, I could not place this here because it would overlap with the edge of the board, and I couldn't place it here because that would be illegally placed with my previous shape. Mm-hmm. The color rule, as we like to call it, only exists for your own shapes. So Cross doesn't create negative space for me through the placement of his pieces. I only create space and opportunities for myself through the placement of my own pieces. So because this was pink, I can legally place this here.
Got it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that is pretty much Kiln. Do you have any questions for us?
So how did this idea come about?
Sure.
Like, did it come from like thinking about clay and kilns first, or did it come from the shape idea first? Like, how did this develop?
That's a great question. So Cross and I currently at NYU Game Center are taking a board game design course with Emerson Matsuchi. And one of our assignments was to create a mechanical first design. And so this design came out of a place of wanting to create something where I focused on the mechanisms first and then the theme second. But being who I am, I can never stop imagining mechanisms as themes. So the theme naturally came with the mechanisms for me. The goal was to initially create, have you ever heard of roll and write games?
No.
So a roll and write game is really similar to like Yahtzee, if you've ever played, where you roll dice and then the result of those dice are then placed on a piece of paper or something, and you're all playing with the same pool of dice, or maybe even your own pair of dice. I liked the idea of this communal thing, which is like the dice, but I wanted it to be less random and more deterministic. So in this way, all the pieces that we place initially have a random setup from the beginning of the game, from this bag, but all the actions after there are a consequence of our own actions.
All right, great. Well, thank you. This has been really interesting. A terrific basic mechanical idea, and then I can see that there's a lot of depth that can emerge out of that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next game is called Swing Spell.
Yeah, long time no see.
Chris, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen again real quick. Hopefully the audio is a little better this time. And this game was made as part of Topics in Game Research in part of a project to target a specific emotion. We started going off of joy, and we ended up kind of pivoting our research into a analysis of the differences between joy and pride, because we found that
So I think we've lost Chris just for a moment. He's just going to try to reconnect. So just bear with us for a few minutes until he comes back. Well, perhaps we could move on to the next. The next one. Let's see. Chris says that his laptop is just turned off. Let's see. So. Hey, Chris, you're back.
I have no idea what just happened. But yeah, this game was made as part of Topics in Game Research. It started out as a game to induce joy, but we ended up pivoting to a little bit of an analysis between joy and pride because our game was a little bit too challenging. So I guess let me try and bring it up again.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, geez, I don't know what happened. Okay, no, Chrome's not responding. Here we are. Okay. It's never easy. Okay, and the volume should be better now, but if it's not, I'll try to fix it. That should be a lot lower.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Swing Spell. Let's see if it works. It does. I'm going to skip the dialogue and give you a brief rundown. So I'm an apprentice wizard, and this is my master. He accidentally turned himself into a teapot with a spell gone wrong, and we have to go to the 3 different locations and collect artifacts to bring the magic power back to this tower room to kind of get him back to normal. So let's go to the to one of the levels, the forest level. So we're out to collect the artifact here. And as you can see, we got checkpoints scattered around, and these little collectibles. In our opening dialogue, we talk about how they're technically optional, but they're a little nice, and you're encouraged to get all of them. The green outline on objects means you can swing off of them. So you have a little wand, and you have a little swing. That's why it's called Swing Spell. It's a bit of a grapple mechanic, and sometimes you can fall. I'm trying to take it a little bit slow for demonstration purposes, and it's not a game where you're supposed to move slowly. So we focused a lot on player movement here. So of course you have the grapple, but you also have things like the air dash, which sort of functions like a second jump and helps you reach things you wouldn't have reached before. There's also a wall run mechanic. If you go a little bit faster and further. And yeah, it's mostly about exploring the level, getting the little collectibles, and making it to the artifact at the end. So you got little challenges to collect more of the little sparkables. You can do them if you'd like. I'm not going to do them for the sake of time at the moment. But exploring the world, swinging on stuff, pretty straightforward.
So what did you find about the distinction between joy and pride through this game?
I personally wasn't involved on the research aspect as much, but we do have a research paper, and it is linked in our itch page, so you're all welcome to take a little look at that. As you can see, once you collect the artifact, it updates the tower, it gets all fancy. If I were to have collected all of the little collectibles, there'd be a special glowing effect on everything. I guess if I'm thinking more about the distinction of joy and pride and what we learned from it, is that a lot of it also came into the direction you played levels in. So our levels are of varying difficulties. The one I played has one of the hardest sections, and the other 2 levels are a bit easier in terms of platforming challenges, in terms of just level layouts. So we found that when players worked from the easier difficulties to the harder difficulties, there was that more sense of joy with progression, and from harder difficulties to easier difficulties, there were more of like pride, and I was able to get through the harder stuff. And because the easier stuff, you can find ways to make it more challenging. For example, I guess we'll go to the garden with a little bit of time we have left. And this is a very like vertically based level. There's a lot of swinging going on, and it's kind of a make your own path. So the difficulty can be variable depending on how good you are with the systems, and if you're trying to collect all the little artifacts. So effectively, difficulty is pretty variable depending on what kind of player you're aiming to be. But yeah, nothing is intentionally particularly hard. Everything's pretty easy as long as you can understand the control set. And we try to guide you through that as best we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was delightful.
Are there any questions, I guess?
Yeah. So how difficult was it to tune that basic behavior, the sort of like magic spell grappling hook, to get that to feel good?
It was a pretty decent challenge. It was something we had to do really early on too, like player movement and then the grapple, of course. So we're in Unity, so it's mostly done through spring joints to give it more of a swinging instead of like a pure grappling hook. So it's not really a hook shot as much as it is just like a Spider-Man rope in a sense. But it's a pretty interesting mechanic when you interact it with like the varying kinds of platform we have and kind of building up momentum as you go. And since that was part of our target, like in making joy through fun with the fluid mechanics, that's kind of what we went for. And I think we accomplished it pretty well.
Great. All right, Chris, thanks very much. I'm glad you were able to make it back.
Yeah, right.
Whatever happened to your laptop there. Okay, so the next game that we're going to look at is called Limited Impression About Rebecca. Yes, we can hear you. Hello, welcome.
Hi. Sorry, I need to put my voice in another slot because my PC actually doesn't have a camera with me. But share my screen right now. Okay. Share my screen. Share. Great. Is there anything that I need to introduce before we start playing it?
No, you can if you want to, or you can just go ahead and show us the game.
Sure. First of all, I found there's no music at all. Can you hear the music of the game?
No, we can't. Yeah, we can't hear the music. You want to try stop sharing and do it again?
Hold on. Let me try. Well, if there's no music, actually it doesn't really matter because like actually we didn't finish the composer yet. So actually this is a game that I write based on my own experience of my undergraduate studies. So each character is based on somebody that I know, and I like rewrite it as a detective story in memory of my back times age as a teenager. And when you enter the game, you will find out that you are like a detective writer, and this is actually a story that you write it, and at the beginning of the story, the whole detective cases has already ended a long time ago. So it's kind of like a very long backflash. Yeah, and you will see at the beginning that everything was already down when you start playing it. So we started at 2022 June, but it has no relationship with the reality at all. It's just because that's the time that I am going to graduate. So at the time, at the beginning of the story, and you as a writer arrive at school, receive an email from your editor told that you need to find a story that happened in that campus, and it doesn't really matter it's true or not. It's just that you need to find some like gossips and rumors that every reader would like to read. Like, yeah, it's actually it's a detective story that doesn't really matter it's the truth or not. The story actually is about like there's a girl named Rebecca who died like 2 years ago, and everybody thinks that she was killed by her boyfriend. But eventually, the court decided that the suspect Anthony actually was innocent and not guilty. And but it is obviously that most of the students of the university doesn't believe it. So they started to like make a memorial service for Rebecca to against that like the bureaucratic uh, solution that the court like finally show to them. And you will receive like a newspaper before you start the investigation, and you can like read it and have a like a brief understanding about like what it is story talking about. And when it attacks some like important information, you can like make some investigation on it, and all the information would be like recorded in your notebook, classified by each characters. Like if it, right now you take us information about the suspect Anthony Selling, so you will be collecting in your notebook, and also you can write down your own note it to help yourself like memorize the relationship of characters and any assumptions that you make. Like I would write down here, he might be the suspect. Okay. And you can record it. And if you think that it's not important, you can also delete it. Yeah, it's quite like a customized DIY style notebook that you can write anything that you want on it to help you like understand the story. And like if you keep like continue investigating this newspaper, it will tell you more and more information to help you understand what's going on. And like we want to, because like we want to make it like feels like the real university, and make everything that's as close as the really environment as possible. So I when I designed those kind of art material, I find actually a lot of real like a criminal report on the newspaper, and like to imitate their styles to design those kind of stuff. And for like for the photo, actually those kind of photo is just like adjust from the real photos of the university that I took. And right now you can like wandering in the campus. There will be some mark in the campus that they show you that what the direction of it, and you can keep on the tap on the tab key to see like what kind of things you can interact with. And there's some like conversation between like non-interactable NPCs, and if you approach them, you can like listen to the dialogue that they are talking about. It's kind of like making yourself feels like a stalker. And actually, from my playtest experience, most of the player really loves to like approach those kind of NPCs and what they are talking about. If we like cross the crossroad, you will arrive at another side of the school, and there's like more buildings and the space that you can interact with. Right now, those kind of buildings are still locked because you need to like finish the first part of the story to unlock those kind of a building. It's kind of like a Metroidvania game that you will have like an open space to discover first, and then when you got the soft key, and the space would unlock automatically. And there's like also a part of the environment that you can interact with, like these fountains. You can click on it, and then you can like watch some like murmur of the character. Actually, it's not like quite related to the story, but it just will reveal like some some sarcasm that I want to put on what I think about the university.
Well,
Like
thank you.
why like there's a lot of things that in the university that is totally like useless, but still everybody do that. And we'll find that there's more people that you can talk and listen what they are talking about. There, like, this is a comment board that you can interact with, and so like on it you can see that there's a lot of students write like a message to Rebecca to in memory of her, and you can find that most of them are quite like friendly and like it seems like they love Rebecca a lot, but there's some message like here, like we'll say something really mean, and actually that is quite common in the university that everybody pretended to be friendly to each other in front of everybody in maybe in the party or in the classroom, but we were saying shit stuff behind everybody. So
All right, thank you. Well, so
yeah,
this is a very complex story, clearly, and
it's a very
I
complex
encourage
story.
everyone to go and check it out. But we need to move on to the next game.
Got it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Do you have any questions that you want to ask about it, or is there any question that needed me to answer about it?
Well, we'll have to move on to the next presentation right now. But people, if folks have questions in the chat, we can pass them on to you, or meet up over in Altspace and talk more over there.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. So our next game is called Steal Yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lutheran. I'm one of the game designers for Steal Yourself, and today I'll be showing you a bit of a gameplay demo. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So, the main idea behind our game is that you are the greatest thief in the world. You play as Bastille, who sold his soul to the devil in order to gain mastery over thievery. But in doing so, you also were cursed to only be able to use things that you've stolen. So here you can see the Bastille, the main character, and we're starting out in the city of Mantown, which is the town of greed, kind of representative of, a bit of Bastille's personality there. So we'll go ahead and just jump right into some of the gameplay. This is a 2D top-down action shooter game, so the main premise or main gameplay mechanic involves only being able to use things that you've stolen. So in order to, you'll notice I don't have any weapons in my inventory here, empty. So in order to actually be able to do some damage to any enemies in this area, I'll have to steal something from them. So we can see over here, there's someone with an enemy, and I've stolen their weapon just like that. So now I can use it against them, and it's a little bit better than just running up and punching them. If I want, I can even steal this knife over here, and now I can use that as a melee weapon against these guys. Just like that. Now, the things that you can steal from enemies aren't only limited to just the weapons that they're holding. There's also the projectiles that they shoot at you. So you'll see this guy over here. If I can get his attention real quick. Probably won't take too kindly to that. And he'll start throwing some projectiles at me, which I can steal. You can see I have a little indicator in my inventory there. And I can throw it back at him. Kind of, in a way, return to sender. Let's see. Looks like I got one more enemy left in this room. He's hiding over here. Looks like he's holding a crossbow. I want to try out that weapon, so I'll just swipe it from him. Wow. All right, that one does a lot of damage. I'll probably keep using this then. Okay, looks like I can go to the next room here. All right. Try to use this range to my advantage a little bit to get the leg up on some of these enemies here. So the primary method that you use for stealing is the dash that you can see that I'm using. So this allows you to become, one, invincible, which makes it a little bit easier to steal things from enemies, and two, anything that you do dash through gets stolen by the player. So I'll try to steal one of these arrows here. I got one of them. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, got one of them down. Another. All right. After each room, the number of enemies in the room, you are able to heal that amount to help keep the player going a little bit and make the game a little bit less challenging. I'm still a little working on my practice myself in this game, so forgive me if I don't seem like I'm the best at it. But I think this is the final room of this particular area here. I'm going to try switching weapons real quick to the gun so I can deal with this big group a little bit more easily. Oh! I got hit. So that's the main mechanics of the gameplay. You'll see when I respawn back in Mamtown, I've lost all of the things I had in my inventory. Of course, you don't really die in this game. You come back, but you do lose everything that you had. So might as well try again. There's a boss towards the end of this level that I'd like to show off. And it looks like I've spawned in a different area this time around. So the current route that I'm going down is called the Path of Envy, and it leads to the town of Levy. So I believe the boss of this area, you might have seen a few posters in the previous area of them, but they are pretty full of themselves, as it were. Okay. Looks like I managed to get a projectile. Just to be a little bit safer in this part. But they have a whole setup of kind of a big showmanship. Ooh, my aim is not good today. Oh, there we go. Got two at once. Another very effective strategy in this game is just to go around and steal as many weapons as you can, and then once you have them, kind of the enemies are a little bit less able to deal with you and your presence. Let's see. Got two melee weapons here, so I'll try switching out for this crossbow. It should be a bit better. Let's see if I can get past this room. Oh, nope. Oh, okay. The game can be a little hard at times. I do want to show off one more thing gameplay-wise before I come up on time and get to questions here. So I'll just real quick do a little secret command to show you guys one of the bosses of this. So let's see. This boss is named Who. He's supposed to be a showman, a magician. So his name is based on just kind of a shortening of Houdini. All right. He's the world's greatest magician.
Specifically the greatest.
Yes. All right. And he has some unique projectiles here. You can see he throws these cards that kind of take the shape of different patterns. See, these kind of look like clubs, and he also throws some diamonds at me. I'm not doing too well in this fight, but dang. Yeah, it's tough going straight to the boss because you don't actually start with any of the weapons. All the bosses do have a few attacks that spawn in some enemies that allow you to get the upper edge. Generally in the game, you shouldn't be walking into a boss unarmed, I would hope.
So it's like it's a cheat, but it has some consequences.
Yes, it does. Yeah, start from kind of nothing there. I'll try to do it one more time, but in the meantime, I can answer any questions that you might have for me.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you can steal besides weapons?
There are. In a few different environments, you can see that there are, for example, there's the town of Loose, which is based on Pride and sort of themed around the Wild West. And one of the levels in that area has these kind of bottles. All right, I got a different attack here. All right, better watch out.
Oh, wow.
It'd be a little hard to talk while doing this, but I'll do my best. But in that area, in one of those areas, there are bottles strewn around the level that you can steal off of tables and use those to throw at enemies to stun them very quickly. Give yourself a little bit of an edge.
Do you ever steal things just for the sake of having them? I mean, or is it mostly all things that are practical, like weapons and destructibles and stuff like that.
For the
You know,
most
we're
part
still
in
just
the
like
game-
jewelry, priceless works of art, that kind of thing.
For the most part in the game, it is more practical stuff. One of the main plot points of the game is you're trying to end the curse on yourself that only makes you able to steal, and to do that, you're trying to steal your soul back from the devil. Hence the name of the game. But
and that's the ultimate heist is your own soul.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
That's
Thank you.
the end goal.
Great. So we need to move on to the next game. But thank you for this. This is terrific.
Thank you for having me.
So next up, we have a game called On a Wire.
Hello. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yep. Hello. Yep, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Oh, well. I think Denise might be muted. Well, just give me 1 second.
Apologies for that. Didn't know I was muted. So hi, we're just here to demo our game On a Wire. Is the audio coming through?
Yes, sounds great.
Amazing. So I'll just skip right through the tutorial, but to give a general breakdown of the game, the player controls 2 siblings in their effort to manage their family forge. So I'll allow the players to actually experience the tutorial for themselves. Going through the basic loop, we go to our dad, Crom, and ask him for a commission. So he gives us a couple: traveling repairs or frontiers adventure shield. So we'll go with traveling repairs, and it seems the cart has broken down and it's a type of forge commission. So we choose it, and then we could choose to talk to our dad as well. Amongst these options, we have comment, compliment, insult, and question. Let's just ask him a question. They're questioning some things about why their sibling is necessary for running the forge, and their dad's just happy that their sibling has come home to them. Let's just try to fill out that commission. So now I have to gather materials that would go along with that commission. To see what materials you would need, you would press C to do a basic dashboard, and then go to your commissions tab and look up. So we need here 2 birch and 2 iron, so I'll just grab those. We'll go to Auric and ask him for some iron. We grabbed 1, and then there's the other one. Could also choose to talk to him, just comment about him. Today we can use metal for magical catalysts. It'll come eventually, and then he's just a bit happy about that. So to give a bit of background as I get the other materials, the siblings have very 2 different roles. So Ferris is able to enchant versus Ari, who's able to forge items, and this will be a bunch more clear once the player actually plays the game for themselves. I'll just do a quick comment and shop. Birch.
So, throughout this game, you'll see that you'll run into many different NPCs, many different characters in this world, of which you'll be able to actually be able to invest yourself more into the narrative that is exploring some touchier topics, but doesn't necessarily force it into the forefront of the game.
Yeah, so as mentioned, Ferris is unable to do forge commissions, so I have to swap with their sibling. So now, since we have the items, Ari is able to go and forge the item we want to create, which for this instance is a hammer. As you can see, we're going to use a hammer during this phase to iron out the shape. And as you notice, as the meter goes down, the actual radius for the metal melding is also decreasing. So there are opportunities for a more precise kind of hit versus a more like general shaping kind of hit. 2 phases go along with this. So right now we're in hammering phase, and then if we want that meter to go back up, we press G to go into the heating phase. So I'm just gonna make it go high so I could do this fairly quickly. If it gets too hot, then the shape is just going to completely reset. So probably don't want to do that. If it gets too low, the item will automatically be submitted. I'm just gonna let it go up.
And throughout this process, you're essentially trying to fit this outline as accurately as you can. And it's not necessarily a demand that the player has to meet.
So yeah.
Seeing as we actually do have varying percentages that we can submit.
So now we have to submit this to the mom of the family, Oz. Submit. There's also an inspect option just to know who the character is and what their relevance is to the game. Let's leave. So I was able to submit that item, and now I'll go along with the enchant items. So let's just go to Ferris real quick just to quicken the process. And then go to our dad. Get commission. Let's get that Frontiers Adventure Shield. Set. And then, as mentioned again, we could go and check out the items we need for it, which is 4 Mandrake Roots. So yeah, as mentioned, there's a fair amount of narrative within this game. So you're able to talk to a bunch of the different NPCs. And it does have certain mature themes like intergenerational trauma and child abuse. So if you're more sensitive to those kinds of things, best to play this game in a safe space.
Of course, there's different ways you can approach this game, whether it be for the gameplay or for this more intense narrative. And seeing as how it allows you for the different approaches to, involve yourself a bit more or just get straight to business. The playtime should range from roughly 1 to a modest 2 hours.
So just doing a quick overview of this part, certain runes are not able to connect with one another. So if I use a fire rune and a water rune, I'm not able to connect those two. And the same is the case for the air and earth. Additionally, you're not able to cross runes. So if I try to do this, it would not be able to do that. It actually took me a fair amount of time to solve this, so I'll just blitz through it. But typically in a normal gameplay, it would probably take the player around 5 to 10 minutes to actually figure this out. The goal is actually over here.
A lot longer than that.
Yeah. It's most likely because I was quite aware of these mechanics, so that's why it took me a bit less time to figure this puzzle out. But there are other mechanics, such as how if you link 2 of the same puzzles, they will basically multiply one another. So let me just undo that. So I'll connect this. And then all the nodes do have to be connected before you're able to submit it. And just as a side note, all of these correspond to each of these respectively. So fire goes with efficiency and down the line. So we wanted a lot of earth runes to create greater durability. So let's submit that. We got 85, so that was definitely the goal.
And then we can resubmit, right?
Yep.
Well, we should move on to the next game.
Yep. Thank you for your time.
It's a really
if you have any questions, just leave them in the chat and we'll try to get to them.
Such a really interesting combination of these crafting mechanics and then this really deep and serious storytelling that you're doing in this game.
Yep. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. So the next game that we have coming up is called Afterlife Tea House.
Hey Ben, hello guys.
Hello, welcome.
So we are Afterlife Tea House. Can you guys see the game? Is the sound coming through?
Yes, it's a little quiet, but we can hear it.
All right, cool. So it's a narrative-driven game where your goal is to purify the ghosts with your tea, and it's really a game about like traditional Oriental tea making. It's a combination of 3D and 2D as well. We do have a collection system. You will get items from ghosts as you play through. We have the chapter selection thing. As you unlock more ghosts, you will be able to continue in the middle. But let's just get started. So our first ghost is T Sensei. He has some regret from life, but essentially you're trying to help him, convert those regret into something more meaningful so he can move on to his next life. And he's going to be teaching you how to make the tea. And you're supposed to remember how to make a tea from scratch for the other ghosts from him, but if you don't, it's all right. Let's go through each step once more. So you kind of heat up the tea, and while you're doing that, you got to scoop some matcha and put in the teacup. Oh, oops. And some customers might prefer something stronger in their tea. So we have these extra ingredients that you can use. Each of them has like different qualities. For Sensei, I'm going to put tea leaf. Now it's time to pour the water in. And now time to stir the matcha. And once it's been stirred, you can serve it to your sensei. And he's happy. Now it's time to like put some dessert on his table. It's good to have dessert with tea in Oriental tea making. That's why we decided to have, like a dessert after tea thing. Now he's really happy and he's about to move on because, his time is up. And now it's up to you to take care of this tea house. This is the scroll that contains all the information about the ingredients that we have. It also tells you like what kind of tea you can make and how you can make them. You might need this. You're going to need this for all of the ghosts because they have different preferences. Translation tea, black tea, you have to take care of the temperature and the amount of water in the teacup, and the scoop of matcha and ingredients also matter. And it's in the drawer too. Yeah, so basically your tea is like the guidance to all the ghosts because they're kind of lost and crazy when they don't have the tea. And if you serve the right tea, it's going to make them regain their humanity and speak to you like a normal person again. This is our second ghost, the Overwatch student. She worked too hard when she was alive. She had to get strays to get praises from parents. And she died, with a bunch of regrets, as you can tell. Yeah, she tells you she feels relief, but she's not. So you kind of have to make the tea. So the student is like a representation of all the students, like us and other students who are working hard like on schoolwork and the project itself. So it's basically based on ourselves.
It seemed like there was a kind of autobiographical.
Yeah, she's very sad. She's very sad. Yeah. It's overstressed. And for the student, pretty sure she wants something sweet. So in order to make a sweet tea, it's the sweet matcha tea. So the water has to be above 90%. Temperature has to be above 60 degrees. 1 scoop of matcha, flavor is sweet. So what is sweet? Let's see. The flower bomb is sweet and expensive. I already put the flower bomb. And 1 scoop of matcha. Should be good. Now we serve the tea. This clover. So the clover is basically the item that you're going to be collecting. It's something of like a memento that the ghosts have when they were alive, and it's the thing that matters the most to them. And once you satisfy their needs and help them move on to their next life, they're going to give it to you as like a collection. And it is possible that you can use one ghost memento to achieve some special effects to other ghosts, because they're all like kind of interconnected in some ways.
What do you have to do to keep the plant alive that the sensei was talking about?
Oh yeah, the plan is like you kind of have to water it, but right now we haven't implemented that yet. It's going to be a future mechanic. So now the clover is yours, and she's happy. So this is Russian. I don't know what he's trying to say. Russian. So that is why we have to make the translation tea. It's 90 degrees, 70 degree, 2 scoops of matcha, and savory. So bone ash is savory. Let's boil the water first. It's been boiled. 2 scoops of matcha.
So I hate to interrupt before you're done making the tea, but we'll have to move on soon.
Okay. Let me just try to finish this cup of tea, which shouldn't take too long.
You know, one of my experiences in making games that are about making tea in a similar kind of fashion is that I found it's challenging to get the feel right of the interaction of the objects. How did you go about doing that?
It was actually one of our biggest problems because there's so much physics in this game. We had to like fix a lot of bugs with all the tools. You know, how they interact and how they match with the mouse. They didn't work like this in the beginning, and we spent most of our time just fixing all of those things. It was indeed our biggest challenge, I have to admit. But I think we managed to get like most of it fixed, and now it feels very good playing it. But I guess we have to move on from here.
Yeah,
How much time do we still have left?
I think we're out of time, unfortunately. Okay. We'll have to you'll have to check this game out on the website or in the expo and see more of it there.
All right.
Well, thank you. This was beautiful.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Our next game up is called Mirer, the Shattered Soul.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, so I'm just gonna go into it. So yeah, this is our game about the Shattered Soul. And okay, so this is the start of the game. There are 2 areas to this game, and the sports area is called the Haunted Venue, and it's basically the tutorial hub of the game. Is the sound coming in all right?
No, I don't think we're hearing the sound.
Maybe I should switch to share screen.
Yeah, it'll only work if you do share screen, unfortunately.
I got a warning before, so I was like, but
Yeah.
it's
So you'll
alright.
need Chrome and then screen share.
Yep. How's this?
Yep. There we go.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so this is the first character you get introduced to, and this dialogue basically sets up the basis of the game and the environment. And in basic terms, our main character Celia has fallen through a mirror and now has to find the exit. And she's taking on a mantle of a character called Alice from Alice Through the Looking Glass, and by effect, she gets all powers related to that character as well as skills related to her. So the power system is basically a fusion between the two, and in a high level sense. So Cheshire talks about a self-defense course, and this is basically the tutorial for people who don't know how to play RPGs. But since I don't know, since I know, I have to go through this. But yeah, you can take the doors in any order, or you'd have to take them all. I'm gonna move on with the game. So, okay, so you can see the control scheme up here, and there is a function called mirror, which comes with the character as well. So, what this mirror does is it reveals things that are hidden. So, you can't see what this is underneath the grime, but if you mirror over it, you can see what the password is. And so, I'll be using those exact same words, and I'll be inputting it here to be granted passage. In this next room, we'll be meeting our second party member and also our only party member. This is a 2-party member game, so you're often outnumbered. Anyway, these two are already acquainted, so they already know each other, so they both have a common goal of getting out of here. And you can see the character bios in the menu if you want to know more about them. But yeah, now we got a follower. A little dark here. So here's the next area. This is the garden gate, and as you can see, it's locked. So using the same thing that you learned before, you mouse over this, and you can see the code. And very soon, we'll be getting into our first battle. There's a thing, they're contact battles. So unlike TRPGs, like most TRPGs, where often there's a story portion and then you go straight into the battle map, this game has an exclamation phase, and as soon as you touch an enemy, you go straight into battle. So you can't exactly position your units in this case, so it's a lot of adaptivity. So as you see, you can wail down a little here. But yeah, so to the left of the screen there, you can see the turn order, and a lot of this game is positioning. So you can see there that you can cancel moves by pressing C. So the main part of this type of strategy is finding the right position to use your moves in the best way, because they are limited. They are limited in resources. That's the mana skills. You can see it in over here, how much MP that you use. And there's battle completed. You get XP on enemy feet, so you don't actually have to beat all of them. But you do have to beat all of them to get out of the battle. So here's one of the rooms. It's a little platforming section. It's not too hard if you know what you're doing. You can see sometimes your ally falls off there, no big deal. Wait. This puzzle involves 3 logs. They are scattered throughout levels, and once you find all 3 codes, there's a tablet that tells you the order that the numbers are in. And I'll be going to the second battle here. So, another portion that you have to think about is what order the enemies move in. So you can see that these guys are going first, and this guy is the biggest threat right now, so it's best to take out enemies that are closest to you. But yeah, that about summarizes the experience of the game. There's a few more technical stuff, like there's elemental advantages, but so that stuff you can see in the damage outputs. So yeah, I'll be prepping questions while I play the game.
So what is the Shattered Self?
So basically, there's this move that Celia can use, and you can click copies of the allies. So that's one of the main mechanics of the game. You bucket up your numbers with your allies, but they can only last a set number of turns. As you can see, that guy, this one. So that ally will only be allowed for 3 turns, and after that, they shatter. That's it in the basic terms. There's a story meaning behind it, but it's not been implemented in this edition. Basically, it's a story about self-actualization and finding the true meaning of yourself, and sometimes that means abandoning old versions of yourself, if that were to get philosophical. You can see your ally will attack automatically. So skills. There are a fair amount of skills here, but you can also kill your allies, so you have to be careful how you use them. Let's see. I'll actually sacrifice one of my things here to damage them. Yeah, it's a game proposition. And you have a variety of skill sets to use, and there are many ways to use them. There's not one way to fight a battle. I'll show off one more person after this, very quickly. There's a boss stage in this game that ends this game, and it's over here. So yeah, this is the last block of the puzzle in, and you can find it stationed over there. The tablet over there tells you order, and once you do it correctly, you'll enter the boss. And as I said before, this mirror reveals things that are hidden. So if you mouse over them, you enter the boss battle. So yeah, that's about it. I mean, yeah, the boss battle hard, but there are many ways to do it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's a really interesting combination of the 3D space and environment with those with the 2D animated characters.
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
Not always easy to get those to mesh well together, but I think they've really come together in this one.
Thank you.
And it's clearly you have like an enormous amount of. It seems like there's an enormous amount of systems depth and like puzzle solving depth and combat depth. How did you balance all of that?
Yeah,
or is that still something you're working on? Of course.
Yeah, it's a lot, and we're adding more actually. TRPGs.
Sorry, I think you lost your mic for a second.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a TRPGs are probably one of the most complex games out there. There's a bunch of systems that we have to use. Actually, when you see the attacks there, that's a parsing thing. So we have different attacks. There are different buffs, and you can have layered attacks in there. It's a lot of things to balance, but there's definitely even more that we can add to it.
All right. Well, great work. I can't wait to see how this one continues to develop.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So our next game that we're going to look at is called Brett and the Unread.
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good. Welcome. So tell us about your game.
So Brett and the Unread is a narrative-focused 3D person action game where you are controlling the main character Brett, and you are doing a delivery job in the city to try to earn yourself music festival tickets. And the twist is that you are traveling with Brett, but you are not Brett itself. You, as a player, are the prosthetic eye of Brett, and he gets this he gets this teleportation superpower when you are with him. So it's a meta game where you watch this young teenager who is trying to earn himself a music festival ticket in the city and meeting all people in the city and meeting the band member. And yeah, that's basically it.
So it's an experience we can all relate to.
Yeah, so do I just demo the game right now, or is there any more questions?
Sure, let's go ahead and demo the game.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, my earphone just feels a little bit weird with the sound. Just give me a second. Okay, it's better. Just want to make sure you can see my screen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, looks good.
Cool. Yeah, so let's start it. Wait, let me just find a good position. Yeah, here the game will ask the player to input their name, and the character will talk to you and reference you as your name during the game.
Does this game does it have audio?
Oh, you can't hear any audio?
No, the audio's not coming through.
Oh my god. Wait, let me think about something.
Maybe stop the screen share and then do it again, but just make sure that you hit the checkbox for the audio.
Yeah. I don't see a checkbox that asks me to share audio. Let me see.
Yeah, well, just try it anyhow, and let's see if it'll do it this time.
Cool.
And are you using Chrome?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Is the game audio coming through?
No, still not.
Still not.
Yeah. Oh, do you have it running on a different desktop or a different window or something?
Sorry, what?
Do you have it like running on a different, like on a different monitor, different screen?
No, I don't. It's I just run it on my laptop, so there's no second window. I guess for right now, probably I could run it without the audio if it doesn't work.
That's okay. Yeah, we can just talk about it while you're playing it.
Yeah, sure. Cool. And right here is that every day before you do the delivering job, you have this amazing roommate who live with you, and she's a childhood friend from you, and she will basically talk to you about how you feel the day, and at the very beginning of the game, she will introduce you to how to do the delivering job. And just for time's sake, I will just like speed run this part of the dialogue a little bit. Basically, she gave you some background story about the city, about the music festival, about the band and all the stuff. Yeah, and in the middle of the conversation, you will get like the first job today. And you can see all your orders on your phone, and there's a map also on your phone where it can like let you know where you are picking up the food and doing the delivery. And basically here she's talking about like the city has a curfew and it's really dangerous. The government don't want people to go out during the night, so there will be like a lot of monitors in the city, and if you've been seen by the monitor too many times, you will lose health, and it will damage your health, and you can't do the job anymore in the future. And here the character is talking directly to the player about like why you are here with me, and basically they are trying to figure something out about the job. And yeah, and here is the main level. So you can open your phone and see the quest, and basically there's the map, and you can see the the white triangles you, and there's a spot you need to go to pick up the food. And by holding down R1, you can do teleportation. So like you can go through this kind of obstacle, but like when you do the teleportation, you can teleport to the certain destination, also avoiding the monitor, so that you are not losing health. And there will be like NPCs in the city, like you can interact with. So the philosophy with the teleportation is basically like anywhere you can see, you can teleport yourself to. So like if there's a solid wall, you can go through it. But if it's a wireframe or it's something somewhere like you can see it, you can just teleport yourself to it. And the bottom subtitle is the dialogue that the character Brett is going to talk to you as a player. So it's a conversation between you two. I'm currently working with a voiceover actress to like do the monologue. It's still in the process, and hopefully I can get it done like soon. And now you pick up the food, and the delivery job just gave you an update, said like you are now doing the actual delivering to the university dorm. And another ability with the teleportation is that you can possess people with this ability. So basically, when you teleport on other people, you will be there in their body for a moment, and that's gonna save you from being hurt by the monitor. So basically, after you process this person, all the red lights turn to green, and you need to teleport yourself out after the timer is out. And because of your eyes is the special mechanical eyes, it's kind of allow you to like do X-ray and see through buildings, so like you know where you are going to, and that's our destination for the job. And yeah, you get tips, and after each job, which is the way you save money for the music festival. And by the end of the game, the story gonna either go like whether you save enough money for the music festival or not. And yeah, you can see like now you have a second quest, which basically ask you to pick up the food at the gas station. There's also another quest that's climb to the top of the building, climb to the tallest building. That's basically because the character mentions something about like he likes to do it a lot when he was a kid, and it's a side quest. Basically, if you come there, there are some like secrets there hiding for you to see.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to move on to the next presentation. But I'm really fascinated to see where this goes. I mean, it's so interesting that there's on the one hand what seems like a very everyday kind of a story, and then all these other very strange and kind of dark and unusual things in this world that are changing. But it's like it has both of those simultaneously, both of those elements. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last game demo for today is a game called Dumpling.love.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Yeah. This is Dumpling.love. This is a website that's at the same time a game that is at the same time a blog and a forum for ourselves. We made this game. We were kind of wanted to make like a very collaborative thing where each person would like be able to add whatever they wanted to the game, and we would like figure out a way to collage it together in some meaningful way. Started very different than what it is right now, but like we eventually stumbled into this format and just like went along with it. So I'm gonna click around, and I don't know if Ty and Darwin want to say something or if you Ben want to ask some questions. But I'm just gonna click around. It's a clicking around and doing stuff game.
Yeah. I think the game, kind of like what Muchi said, it started more as like a prompt to find a good process for working with people in a healthy way where everybody felt like they could, feel creatively fulfilled in the context of the thing that we were making together. And at least in that respect, I felt like it was pretty successful. This was the most fun working experience that I'd ever had up to that point.
Yeah, and I think that kind of motivated us wanting to be able to like easily add different things to the project all at the same time. Kind of motivated the choice to like work with HTML directly and basically make a website. And from there, I kind of started to take on these like we were kind of interested in like net art from the 90s and 2000s, and kind of started to assimilate some of that stuff that we were learning about and getting excited about into the project.
Yeah, there's a way in which this looks very like unusual and very new, and then another way in which it's like like reconnecting with a lost history a little bit. So I don't know. Are there some of those inspirations maybe you want to talk about? Of like 90s net art and that kind of thing.
Yeah, like this game, we started knowing that we wanted to make like something for the web because it allows multiple formats, and like once we started looking into that, it's just like amazing how many interesting things have happened in the internet always and still happening, but like with like the more modern internet, like going into like a specific URL is way less common than it used to be. So it was very fun to like go to like some website like the Internet Archive is a great place we went to a lot. There's even like some places in the game that directly reference the Internet Archive. I might try finding it. And some artists like Natalie Lawhead, the contemporary, doing like very similar like stuff. Everest Pipkin, also another contemporary artist, doing stuff that is kind of like nostalgia for this, like, but also like a hope for like a belief that the internet was actually better when it was more personal. There's a lot of interesting things as well, and like rhizome.org, which I think kind of changed a little bit over time, but like the original, if you go to rhizome.org and like Internet Archive, you can find a lot of very cool stuff.
I think Olia Lealina as well is like a person who I discovered through the context of making this game, but now I read everything that they write.
Yeah. So to your point about these different eras of the internet, the premise behind, I guess, like whatever generation of the web that we're in now, the social web, is this idea of like personal connection, of social connection, of the kind of like collective creation of content in different ways. Now it sounds like that in some way that's also the impulse behind what you're doing with this project, of finding ways of working together, of making this kind of collaborative creation. But rewinding back to like Web 1.0. So I don't know, like, do you think about that contrast in some way?
Yeah, do you want to
you want to answer that? I can answer that.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go for it.
Yeah, like I think there's this thing about like personal websites that is like very, very personal. Like that is very different than social media. Like it's less about, I don't know, creating a space for other people to come to, and more about creating your own space. I feel like, and for like in this case, we had like we were making the space for us, like for each other. So we had a little blog where we would like post our devlogs, but it was pretty much like this is the page I'm right now, where it was very personal, maybe too much personal at some points, where like it felt kind of weird, like of it being like, oh, am I being like too much myself on the internet, where I should probably not do that, or like so like I like, this is my personal thing. There's a lot of stuff that I thought that I wrote here, and like sometimes I feel weird that this exists in the internet, but like it's, I don't know, it's kind of interesting having that there as well. And it's not a thing that I would ever post in like Twitter.
Yeah.
Also because it's just so hard to find, I guess. So it's kind of fine with how hard it is to find it.
Yeah, I feel like if somebody dug this deep into the game that they found and were interested in reading through our personal development blogs, like I'm excited that like that they were that invested already. Yeah, and that page, like the blog page, was kind of the first version of this project. So before we had any project, we just had this page, and we would keep, scattering more stuff on it, and eventually we just kind of ran into this forest.
So you talked about this as the kind of like this kind of like collaborative collage. I wonder, are there elements in here that you can you can trace back to each of you individually, or that there are juxtapositions that you've found between each of your individual contributions that have created something really surprising?
I think yes and no. There definitely are a lot of things in the game where I have no idea who made them, and that was like one of our initial process pushes, was that we would all kind of like commit to the GitHub repository under an alias of Ghost, and nobody knew who added what. We would never like really tell each other who added what, but over time you kind of just like you can kind of know a lot of the time. But yeah, so there are things that I can trace and things that I just actually still have no idea.
Yeah, one big part of the process was this idea I should have mentioned earlier. It was this idea of haunting, we called it, where like we would make changes anonymously to the game. And so since we play tested the game every week with each other and someone else would play it, we would always surprised by what we found, and we never really know who made it, like Ty was saying. So like in the beginning, like there were some seeds that I can very easily trace back to, like trying to find something like I made this one. Talk to this bird. No, if you go here. No, I don't remember. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, I don't remember. It's hidden somewhere.
So it's anti-efficiency. It's designed
Yeah.
as anti-efficiency. All right. Well, I'm afraid we're about out of time. But thank you for this. This was it was just like a nostalgic feeling, but it also makes me hopeful for the future for the internet. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
I can't wait to dive more into this. I feel like you could get lost for days in all of these twisty little passages.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, thank you. So the next segment of our program is a series of research presentations from graduate students studying game development and game studies. Let's see, one note about the program, one change, one of the presenters unfortunately had to back out at the last minute, Julian Spinelli from the NYU Game Center, but we'll try to have a link to his work up on the website after the event. But let's go ahead and dive right into it. So our first presentation is from Brian Kim. Brian is a first-year PhD student in the Critical Game Design program here at RPI. Hello, Brian. Welcome. Let's see. You are muted.
Hello.
Hello.
I was trying to share my screen, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just let you go ahead and take it away.
All right. Thank you so much. So hello, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kim. As I mentioned, I'm a first-year PhD critical game design student, and today I'm going to talk about my research, which is creating a seriously persuasive game. In detail, I'm creating a digital therapeutics game module for mental disorder children's social behavior transformation. So today I'm going to talk about the current state of games for children and why are people still worry about children playing games, and more importantly, in other words, why my research is important. And I'm going to talk about the current stage of serious game and persuasive game and what am I doing differently and why is it important. So let's talk about the games for children. So it is too obvious to say there are many children playing video games. Like 91% of children between the ages of 2 and 17 are actively playing video games. But let's recall what games we played. We kind of first started off with this kind of education games, which the point on top of math quizzes or maybe like grammar quizzes and stuff, which is really nonviolent and simple. But all of a sudden, we kind of started playing games like Doom, really violent, but socially active and have much fun with it, although the game is really complicated. This kind of discrepancy created a lot of concerns around children playing video games. Are they helpful, like even with the violent nature of it, or dependency to games, or maybe being so complicated for children? Well, it is helpful, and there are multiple studies of it. And Bloomberg said that, well, video games play a really good role of enhancing reasoning and problem solving for children, and also it shows a good improvement in executive function in children. So we know the games are good, helpful, but why parents are still repelled from children playing video games? So I think that's why we have to think about what is suitable game and suitable game design for children. Whenever I pitch the children games to many people, like investors or professors, there are two criteria that always comes up. Well, it should be easy and simple for children, which is good for children. And it should be non-violent, which is also good for children. So is simply being really easy and non-violent good for children? Well, this is a really question mark because the reason people think children should not play games is not just because it is complicated and violent, but because they think games are not helpful for children, both in education, importantly, the cognitive development. Let's look at these two examples again. There are studies that games are helpful, but are designing supporting that. So whenever, let's see these two games, and whenever I show these two games, it will be like, on the left one, yes, it is helpful for children. But actually, we stopped playing this like after 5 or 6, maybe, who plays this kind of stuff. And on the right side, this kind of game says, no, it's not good for children. But we learn a lot of things from this game, really social interactions, maybe more than that. If we pick more nonviolent example that is maybe not so much for children, would be Overcooked. Well, we know it helps children to learn about cooperation, team building, etc., or a lot of social interaction. But looking at this example, what are some factors that video games for children are missing out? We have to look at toys first. Children develop rapidly and differently based on their ages, and toys are doing a superb job on changing it accordingly. It targets different parts of cognitive development for children. However, is game doing that? So we have to compare the cognitive development of children and how the game changes. We might find something new whenever we look at this question mark area. So in short, simple and easy and being nonviolent is not the way. The game should help the children cognitive development, and this will kind of change the question mark to exclamation. So in order to look at the cognitive development, we have to borrow from Piaget, which is very famous for his work on the stages of cognitive development. Although each characteristics of each stage is important, today I want to more talk about what differentiate each stages, because these four factors are the reason why children can go up to different stages of cognitive development. First one is maturation, the second one is experience, social transmission, and equilibration. Maturation is embryogenesis development, the physical development of children. And second one is experience, learning information about effects of physical environments. And third one is social transmission, language, learning from information from language exchange, and equilibration, which is the fundamental factors in development, the ability to feed back and feed forward your thoughts, behavior based on the social information. So how can game design target each factors? Maturation, as I mentioned, controls. It could be start really simple controls, but the games for suitable stage might be difficult. So if their maturation is enough, which is around concrete operational stage or Piaget, they can play complicated games. How about experience of effects of physical environment? Well, there are many game design for systematic design that teaches you that. In Breath of the Wild, you kind of naturally learn about updrafts. So we got that covered. How about social transmission? Well, the development of dialogue system in games will teach you a lot of information through language. The more crude example would be my personal experience of when I first started playing StarCraft at like ages of 8. That was the first time I saw the word depleted and learned from that, and a lot of new information I gathered through the language in games. So lastly, the equilibration, which is ability to feed back and feed forward your thoughts, behavior based on the social information. Well, when you think about it, mathematically, economically, games are doing a superb job on that. But how about social and interpersonal way? How about that equilibration on the social development? Maybe this might be the missing link of games for children. If we look into this, maybe we'll solve the problem of the discrepancy in the education game for children. So I need a starting point to do that. I can't target every equilibration of social development. So that's why I'm saying that Asperger, children with Asperger is important audience to start with. Children with Asperger's are often tend to regard as lack of social competence, but the elements of social competence are secure attachment, instrumental social learning, experiential relationship, and first two, secure attachment and instrumental social learning, are more related to maturation and social transmission. And the third one, which is the development of effective engagement with relatedness with others, heavily ties with equilibration. I think that's why the games for children with Asperger's open up a new space using games as a cognitive development tool for children. And you might say, oh, well, there are games for children with Asperger's, right? But those tend to other them, which means that they're excluding children from playing games for children with Asperger's or vice versa. So that's why I want to open up this space to create a new education game for children. So that is why I'm saying going to create a seriously persuasive game. This is a combination of serious game and persuasive game. And a serious game is considered as parent of a education game. So Susie is saying that the serious game is effective and really useful to teach everything about the world around them and also educate healthcare, corporate, and military. And Bogus, on the other hand, saying that, well, serious games should be persuasive because the gamification is kind of bullshit and kind of consulting everything. So I kind of agree with Bogus in the sense of current serious games are like this. Like, what am I looking at? This is the leaderboard points, but I don't feel like playing games. This is what we experience when we first play our education game, which is the point on top of quizzes. We did not feel like learn or like feel like playing games. So Bogus is saying that this kind of gamification is like bullshit, like kind of consulting that what happens to take a game as a solution. Another example would be this type of game where they argue that this game makes children more smarter because you can see the IQ going up, but this is a visual remake of an IQ test. So if children play this, basically children know the answers to IQ tests, so they're bound to have like more scores on it. So they say this gamification worked really well. So is the persuasive is the way to fix this serious game? Well, we first have to see where the discrepancy comes from. Based on the definition, Susie and Bogus are saying the same thing. Serious games are the video games supported existing and establishment interest of political, corporate, and social institutions. So there's no conflict in definition. Bogus also says that the approach should be different. It should be persuasive, showing the possibility of using procedural rhetoric to support or challenge our understanding of the way things in the world do or should work. But surprisingly, Susie is saying the same thing. She's not denying that it should be that way. Rather, she emphasized the importance of allowing the learners to get feedback regarding the consequences of action, which means that conflicts and problems in serious games, which is the education games, are not due to definition approach. So why is this happening? You have to look at the application of serious games. Like I said, there are 5 main applications of serious game: military, government, education, cooperative, and healthcare games. And I really do believe that persuasive applies to military, government, and cooperative games, but not in education and healthcare games. The problem lies here, because it should not be totally simulation or totally seriousness, because education should be a really balance of authority and freedom. And in that way, we learn more about it. That's what game is good for. The balancing the authority, which is the system, and freedom, the agency of it. So that is why it is important to strike a balance between persuasive and seriousness in education and healthcare game. And that is why I want to create a seriously persuasive game. The term should be more refined, but that is what I'm aiming for. But if I say I'm going to target every persuasiveness and seriousness combined together, it is totally out of scope saying that I'm going to simulate the reality and then cure every symptom like this. So that's why I'm doing a modular approach in my research, doing a more specific symptom-related approach to each symptom of a children, or educate the specific topics for each game. So finally, the future goal of this research will be expanding this from just a social behavior recognition game to opening up the more targeting a children's equilibrium of cognitive development. And I want to expand this more for children even without Asperger's syndrome. And I really hope that this will be a guide to game designer who wants to create an educational game, especially for children. So to wrap up, I am creating a digital therapeutics for the social behavior of mental disorder children using seriously persuasive game design. And today I'm presented the reason why I'm doing the research for every one of you. So thank you so much for listening. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Brian. So we have a few minutes for questions. So if anybody in the audience has some questions for Brian, you can let's put them in the comments, and we can talk about those. I wonder if you could get into some of the specifics of the of these different modulars, the modular approach that you're taking for this project, if you have some concrete examples. Yeah.
Oh yeah. One of the three modules that I'm doing is, first one is emotion situation recognition, which is they either tend to focus too narrowly, like learning about the facial muscle movement and that stuff, or too high level of this is happy, this is sad, this is anger. So instead of doing like I said, really high concept, I'm gonna through this game you will learn everything about emotion. I'm creating a specific one where they can connect the emotion and situation together in games by mostly using kind of like a dialogue system in games, kind of like romantic simulator game type, where they have to learn about the character itself, the situation itself of the character, and the emotion of the character too. And the other two ones that I won't dive deep into is anxiety and anger control, and the last one is daily routine recognition. And each uh, modules are targeting different social cognitive development symptoms that children need to learn. So instead of saying this will teach you everything about social development things, I'm targeting one of the really popular things that children have a problem with and create a game according to that, and not just a quiz type, but more persuasiveness type where they can explore if they do this, oh, this will happen, so I should have done this, and then they go back and do the same thing again.
Let's see. If you could talk more about the origins and background of this project, what was your motivation for doing that, and like where are you along the timeline of doing this work?
So I started this research around. I wanted to start this project really early in the stage because of my personal experience too, especially watching my family member suffering from a mental disorder at a young age. I wanted to support that in a way that I can do best, which is apparently game design. So, and that there are a lot of ways to help them, but most of the medical cure were too strong, especially the chemical cures. So I wanted to induce them change their behavior through games because pills are too strong to negate all the actions. So that I started this designing this game 3 years ago and still doing this research on that too.
Yeah. One of the things that people may not know about or be that familiar about is is regulatory approval for different kinds of therapeutics. That traditionally we think about that as as medicines or as medical devices or things like that. But the idea that that games could have a demonstrable therapeutic impact and could be approved for actual therapeutic use is sort of like recently evolving space in the serious games world. So I wonder if you could just like talk a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, glad that you brought up that. It's still a lot of debate where the games can be therapeutic or not, but recently Kiln Interactive, who's targeting ADHD, got approval by FDA, which is a huge step because it is acknowledging that games can medically change people. And then there should be a lot of medical support around it too. But the Kiln Interactive, whenever you played it, it doesn't do like simple quizzes where you should do this whenever you can't concentrate, etc., etc. But actually, it's just like playing games. So it's just like a maze runner, but have this approved that it is medically supported to ADHD people, especially for children. So that's how they got DA. It's still iffy to be honest because the approval was like last year, and then people start getting it. But on some countries, they still neglect the game using as a therapeutic tool. But at least in the United States, we're acknowledging that it can be done. And then, although there needs to be a medical support, but we're opening up to make a more inducive method to treat the symptoms, because chemical pills can especially harm children if diagnosed incorrectly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess we're going to ask one other very quick question, maybe to wrap up. And this frequently applies across all kinds of serious games. So the question is, how you define success, and how do you assess it?
Yes, that's a very good question, because business-wise, getting an FDA approval will be a success, because it is regarding the games that are made are in a therapeutic use and can be used to cure children also. But the personal win would be seeing how they change their daily routine behavior, or how they think of other things. That is my biggest goal for it, because whenever they're mentally challenged, it's hard to be social, or hard to actively socialize with everyone. Trying to create that stepstones to kind of like a play zone for them, so they can explore that interaction and go out in front of the door and meet people very nicely. That is more utopian theory, but that is one of my wins, success points.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for.
I think we're at time, but thank you for sharing your work, and I'm really excited to see how this continues to evolve.
Thank you so much.
So our next talk is going to be from Justin Burgi, who is a second-year PhD student in critical game design here at RPI. He was demonstrating his idle game earlier in the program, and so in this presentation, he's going to go into greater depth about his research on idle games as a genre.
Hello, one and all, and happy GameFest 2022. Today, I will be giving a slightly modified version of a talk I gave a few weeks ago at a conference in Copenhagen. Now, the theme for that talk was the future of game studies. And as soon as I saw future, my mind instantly went to VR, because I've been told, we've all essentially been told for as long as I can remember, that VR would be the future of gaming. In shows like Sword Art Online and Dot Hack, and in movies like Ready Player One, we were promised a future in which the player would just need to slide on a headset and they'd be instantly teleported in some sort of amazing fancy world that they could freely explore. But for those of us who've actually tried out VR, we know that the truth is far less convenient than we were told. My stepfather learned that lesson the hard way when his attempt to stab a zombie in the brain resulted in him punching a bookcase so hard he nearly broke his hand. Ouch. And after that, we quickly realized that there was no place in the house where the game could be played safely, and as a result, he was locked out of playing VR. Well, I was locked out due to the fact that I am in a wheelchair, and most VR games do not allow you to play while seated. And, as a result, if you try to play, it's mostly just going to be you looking up the entire time, which is not the escape from reality I was hoping for. Similarly, players who are deaf or hard of hearing struggle because subtitles are very hard to get right in VR, especially when there are multiple speakers. So yeah, while VR might be the future of gaming, that's certainly up for debate, for many players it will always remain inconvenience. So what about augmented reality, AR games? I don't think any of us will ever forget the summer of Pokemon Go, the summer of 2016, where literally everybody was playing that game, from kids to grandparents. Everyone was walking around trying to catch them all. It was a truly magical summer for some people, but not so much for others, because, for me personally, when I tried to play the game, it did not go all that well, not because of my disability, but because I live basically in the middle of nowhere, and thus there were no landmarks nearby to serve as Pokestops, and I wasn't able to get the Pokeballs needed to make progress in the game. So instead of, going for a walk, I needed to take a 10-20 minute drive down the mountain to find the nearest Pokestop every time I wanted to refill my Pokeballs. Again, very inconvenient for me. But it wasn't only players who lived in rural areas who struggled with the game. Those who lived in more dangerous urban areas often found thieves waiting at Pokestops to, steal their money, steal their phones, and they were distracted by playing the game. And speaking of distraction, there's also the fact that a lot of players, died while playing Pokemon Go because they walked in traffic, they walked off a cliff, they walked into a lake. Yeah, people really were not paying all that much attention. And again, that means that AR, at least AR games like Pokemon Go, can't really be called the future of gaming. So then what in fact is the future of gaming? Now I may be a bit biased because this is my area of study, but I'm going to claim the future of gaming is in fact idle games. Now, admittedly, that is a rather bold claim to make, but give me a second here. First off, what exactly is an idle game? That is actually rather hard to answer, as a lot of papers use varying definitions, and sometimes contradictory definitions to define them, but the most commonly cited paper is Playing to Wait, a taxonomy of idle games, which defines them as games that can progress without player interaction for some period of time. Now that is a rather accurate definition, a bit problematic, and the paper then goes on to list a number of features that are required for a game to be considered idle, which is even more problematic, but I won't get into that right now. So idle games are games that essentially feature waiting as a core gameplay mechanic. Though definitions get a bit more confusing when you consider there are other either subgenres of idle games or other ways in which idle games can be defined, such as clicker, incremental, ambient, background, or social network games. But as I was writing this paper, I realized that each of those games can be considered a explanation for why idle games are the future of gaming. First off, we have clicker games. Now, the most famous clicker game is probably Cow Clicker, a game by Ian Bogos where the player can click on a cow once every 6 hours to get a point. And then they wait 6 hours and click on the cow again. And on that goes. A very, very strange game that became incredibly popular despite the intentions of its creator, who made it basically as a joke, as a way of mocking Farmville and games like it. But there was something about it that players liked. They enjoyed the simplicity of it. They enjoyed clicking on that cow. But probably a slightly better example of this subgenre is Blip Blop. This was a game announced at E3 actually, as a way of advertising another game, and the entire point of this game is to click the blip button, which generates blops. And this is basically a scanner box. Every time you press the button, there's a pleasing sound, a bunch of particles shoot out all over the place. It feels fun to do. It feels fun to click on the button over and over again. It is mindless fun. There's no grand strategy or plan or anything. The player just clicks on the button, and it's an enjoyable experience for them because they're able to shut off their minds and simply click away over and over again. But on the other end of the spectrum, we have incremental games. These are games in which the player generates a resource and then can spend that resource on upgrades that allows them to generate the resource even more quickly. A simple example of this would be Adventure Capitalist or Adventure Communist, in which a player can choose to spend the resource on new businesses or invest more in their current business. A fairly simple and easy decision to make. But then we also have games like Kittens, which is described by its creator as being the Dark Souls of idle games. And that is a rather appropriate title because this game becomes complicated rather quickly. In the beginning, the player just needs to generate catnip, which they can convert to wood, and then they can convert the wood into huts to house their kittens. But that is, where it stops being so simple. And after that, there are dozens and dozens of resources the player needs to keep track of because every upgrade requires a different amount of different resources. And so the player needs to constantly keep an eye on everything from their wood to their uranium and figure out where it's best to spend it. Figure out which option, which upgrade is the best at any one particular moment. This can require the player to fill out literal spreadsheets as they try to figure out what the most efficient use of their time actually is. And this is a bit odd because I said before that idle games, clicker games, are completely mindless, while here I'm saying that they are insane, complicated messes that require spreadsheets and math to do. How is it possible that they are both? That is because idle games are also ambient, which much like ambient music, allows the player to tune in or out as much as they want. They can just mindlessly click away at kittens, buying whichever upgrade just happens to suit their fancy in that one moment, or they can, put in hours of time to figure out what the best use of every resource is, figure out what the exact right strategy is in every moment of the game. Or they can do both. They can, mindlessly click away at smaller upgrades while they're on the train or while they're busy with other things, while at the same time saving up the rare resources to buy some of the more valuable upgrades down the road. The player is free to choose how much they engage with the game, and when they play the game, they can simply walk away from the game at any point, and things will keep going without them. That's because idle games are also background games. I mentioned before how in venture capitalists, the player can buy a new business or invest in their current business. Well, they can also buy a manager for their current business, a manager who will click for them. So instead of clicking on lemonade stand every 2 or 5 seconds, the manager will do it instead. Even when the game is not currently running, the player can turn off venture capitalists, leave it behind for weeks or months at a time, and then return to find the manager kept working without them, and they've generated thousands or millions of dollars of in-game currency they can use to buy a whole bunch of new upgrades and features and more managers who will do more clicking for them. Huzzah! And then finally there are social idle games like The Simpsons Tapped Out, where players are able to visit their friends' versions of Springfield and see what they've managed to build up over time. And this serves as a strong motivator to players like, oh, I don't want to look bad with my friends, so I need to put X amount of hours into the game this week in order to buy the world's largest cubic zirconium, or the escalator to nowhere, or the world's largest magnifying glass. All things you can actually buy in the game, and which serve as essentially status icons to fellow players to show you're doing really good at the game. You managed to afford this super expensive thing. Good for you. Though this is certainly not the healthiest way to motivate players, as this incentivizes them to spend money on microtransactions. So yeah, problematic there. But the other aspect of idle games, the other social aspect, is the teamwork and collaboration put into basically trying to speed run idle games and trying to figure out what the most efficient path is. I mentioned before that Kittens requires entire spreadsheets to be made in order to figure out what the most efficient path through the game is. Well, that really can't be done by one person, and instead, it is a group project in which many players from across the world gather their resources, their intellect, and their time to figure out, okay, I've got 5,000 unicorns. Should I use them to form a unicorn pasture, or should I sacrifice them and use their tears to form a unicorn tomb? Decisions. And on they go, putting a ridiculous amount of effort into finding a path through a game that's never actually designed to end. A game that's supposed to be played essentially indefinitely. There's so much content in the game, and it's delivered so slowly to the player that they could spend the rest of their lives playing and still probably not see everything. And this is the world of idle games. Games that are so simple, you can mindlessly click away at them while you're on the train or the bus, but at the same time are so overwhelmingly complex that people devote hundreds of hours of their lives trying to master them and just keep playing them for years on end. And in a world as demanding as our own, being able to choose how we play the game, being able to choose when we play the game, and having the game continue even when we don't have a chance to play with it is a wonderful experience, and is one of the reasons why I think idle games will be the future of gaming. Thank you. Are there any questions? Hello.
Mute. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. So idle games are the future.
Yes, they are. Everyone's working anything else can stop now. We've found the future.
So we got into talking about this a little bit. You had just brought up a term, building off of the notion of interactivity that's useful in thinking about these games. We'd like dive into that a little bit more.
Wait, interactivity or interpassivity?
Interpassivity. Yeah,
that was a term I brought up briefly at the end of my demo earlier. That's basically the pleasure derived from delegating a task on something else. Like you tell your friend Dave to go get the pizza instead of you, you feel good. Like, all right, I got the pizza. Or as the reference used in by Sony 5 actually compares it to watching a sporting event or a play. You're not actually playing football, but it feels like you are. You have the highs and lows from the football event. When your team wins, you don't say, I won. you don't say they won, you say we won. We won the game. So in the same way, idle games can create sensation like you are still playing, even though you are not playing. I mean, I'm currently harvesting steel and kittens over there. That feels like my accomplishment, even though I'm not actually doing it. And even though I set up an auto clicker to do it for me, that's a step above, but it's still the same thing. I feel responsible. I feel like I feel like it's happening because of me, even though I'm currently not doing anything about it. So like I said earlier, I think it'd be very interesting to explore how exactly this feeling can be affected by basically what comes before it. In RPIDLE, would the players still enjoy the final stage of the game if they started off that way? If the game literally opened up with just the black screen that says you level it up, you level it up, you level it up. How long would they, stay into that? How long would they keep watching the numbers go up before they quit, before they walked away? Compared to those who started off at the very beginning, as I did, and had to essentially, go through the motions of, well, first off, fully manual combat, battle and over again, slowly saving up so they can afford the upgrade. So it has more meaning to them, in which case the automation becomes something more worthwhile because it's something, they really struggled against to finally reach that point. It's not just, oh, this thing was automated. It's, oh, this thing you were working on, this thing you had to, put so much effort into accomplishing has been automated, and therefore that sensation feels better to you, the player.
Right. Thank you. It's like a comment or a question or a comment from the audience. Anthony says, "I feel like the ambient music to ambient game connection is really interesting and points towards some really wild emergent spaces like smart rooms, Internet of Things." Etc. Yeah, how do you think about that? So we're also, in this, in this world of increasing interpenetration of technology, computational technology, and ostensibly interactive technology into the physical world. Through ideas like smart cities, through Internet of Things, through having computer chips in your refrigerator, in your car, in your clothes, and in everything.
In my head.
Yeah, in your head. So this, this kind of like, so like this kind of networking intelligence of some, in quotes, of some sort. Throughout our spaces, so that those are well, computationally active, let's say. Now, do you see any sort of like parallel there with what you're talking about with these idle games, which are also?
I could definitely make a comparison just again with interpassivity. Now I now have a alarm schedule on my phone that says, okay, at 6 o'clock those lights turn off, at 7:30 those lights turn on, at 8 o'clock the blinds open, the blinds close. I've all this set up scheduled on my phone, so I don't even have to lift a finger. It just does it all automatically, and I could definitely say I'm deriving pleasure from that, from not having to lift a finger to do all the little things I used to have to lift a finger to do. So there is something there, I think. That is another big thing. Life's hard. Life is so hard, so exhausting, and so this one of the papers, I'm not sure I mentioned it in the talk. Basically refer to these kinds of games as a form of resistance against society. Basically we're able to still get the sensation of gameplay without actually having to play, because none of us have the time for that. None of us have the time or energy to actually, boot up Elden Rings and sink 100 hours into it, except for my roommate, who you might hear screaming in the background at any point.
Right. Another question. You mentioned players who make spreadsheets and track data to guarantee the most efficient means of progressing or farming in games, including in idle games. Do you think that that's a matter of some of the players trying to regain sort of control or agency in the game?
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting thing. I mean, I think I said this in class at least, but essentially, whatever. Essentially, they're trying to speed run an idle game. They're trying to speed run a game that's designed to be played over the course of weeks or years, or essentially indefinitely. And so, doing so, that definitely takes a sensation of control from the game, and makes them feel like they aren't going through the motions. They're having a real effect on the game. I mean, I said before, I do all this at lifting finger, but I had to set it all up myself. So if you are actually putting the effort to make sure that while you're not lifting a finger, you are making the most progress as quickly as possible, then that really creates a better sensation. Like, okay, I'm making progress because I put in the work, because I put in the effort, and now I'm watching my investments prosper and grow and produce dividends. I think that's the right word there.
So it all comes back to investment and interest.
It always does.
In the end. So another question, can you comment on the application to the gamification of time via idle games?
Well, that is the big thing, because idle games are essentially waiting. You're waiting for a timer to count down. That's why I include that in my game, like time to level up, even though the math for that was painfully annoying. But I wanted to have that sensation where you can feel the timer counting down to, okay, 30 seconds and 20 seconds and 10 seconds. That's it. I level up. I'll reach that point. There's something exciting and engaging about that. Literally, like she says, the gamification of time. You're turning waiting into a gameplay mechanic, into something that engages the player, and when it shouldn't. You put a timer from a kid and say, in 30 seconds you win the game. Now be quiet. I don't think they'd be all that amused. I'm not that familiar with kids, but I don't feel like that would be able to keep them motivated for all that long. And yet these games are designed to be, like I said, it's played over indefinitely, years essentially. You can just keep making progress again and again. So how is it these games are able to essentially keep the players engaged just by having them, wait over and over again? Of course, there's also the issues with that, the ethical issues with that, given that many mobile idle games offer the option, hey, pay $4.99, you can skip ahead a week. You don't have to wait anymore, which is the darker side of this, certainly.
Yeah, there's another conversation that this is bringing to mind for me about directions in the industry and about monetization, and these ideas around NFT and blockchain technology, around play to earn, play to own. What for many people feels like a kind of a workification of play, and that what you're talking about strikes me as a kind of an interesting alternative to that direction, like the idleification, not the workification.
The idleification of games.
But anyhow, before we mangle any more words, we should probably wrap up and move on to our next presentation. Justin, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Our next presentation
Hello.
is going to be from Pengzi Zhang. He's a second-year PhD student in critical game design here at RPI, and he's going to be talking about the evolution of Chinese esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Pengzi Zhang. I'm a second-year PhD student in critical game design of the GSETS department at RPI. My research direction is Chinese game industry and Chinese game culture. Today, I'm going to give you a presentation about the rise of Chinese esports, especially between the 2000 and 2011. So why I'm trying to talk about this topic? When I'm doing research about Chinese game industry, I found there are a lot of papers were talking about Chinese esports and how it's connected with the streaming industry in China. But not many scholars talk about what happened before the streaming industry appeared in China. So this presentation is trying to introduce and explain the history between the 2000 and 2011 of the Chinese esports market. There are going to be three sections in this presentation. First is the component that supported the Chinese esports during the time range. Second is the obstacle Chinese esports ever met during the time range. And the third is the importance of Chinese esports to the Chinese society and the world. Before we get into the topic, we should first know what Chinese game industry looks like. Because of the dynamic and economic condition of Chinese society, China actually did not officially start its video game industry until the 1990s. In 1995, when the first internet cafe was opened in Beijing, China finally started its video game industry. Internet cafe was like a backbone of the Chinese game industry, because even in 2006, there were still 94% of Chinese people did not have a personal computer. And the approach they're using to access to the games or internet through the internet cafe. So what is an internet cafe? The internet cafe is actually a public hall, has a lot of computers inside, and any players over 18 could just legally rent a machine there and play games or using internet. The price is pretty cheap, usually around a quarter or less for an hour. Players could access to most of game and applications in the market, and the internet cafes also sell food, drink, subscription, or in-game currency. So after knowing what the internet cafe looks like, we're going to talk about the components that supported the Chinese esports between the 2000 and 2011. As the backbone of the Chinese game industry, internet cafe were pretty important for the Chinese esports. It was usually playing as three roles. First is the organizer of unofficial esports events. Second is the branches of official esports events. And third is the founders of professional players or some players who want to be professional players. If an internet cafe had spare money, they probably gonna hold some unofficial esports competitions in their city. And if they do have more money, they probably gonna hold a state level competitions. However, those competitions were usually unofficial because they did not get approval of the license company of the game they're using. And any player could just register for and join the competition, but the reward was usually pretty low. Here's a poster of an internet cafe's League of Legends challenge competition. And the first prize is gonna be 500 Chinese yuan in cash and 1,000 Chinese yuan internet currency, which can only spend in this specific internet cafe. And if I transfer it to the US dollar, the cash gonna be $70 and the internet currency gonna be $150. And there are gonna be many teams join the competition, and each team gonna be 5 people. So even the team winning the first prize, and the 5 people gonna share it, which is pretty low to each of them. The second role of the internet cafe is the branch of the official esports events. So when an esports event happens in China, no matter it's international or national, there are probably going to be qualifying competitions in each city. However, it's going to be hard for the host to cover all the city because of the large population, and a lot of teams going to join for the competition. So the host is probably going to assign the job to specific internet cafe in each city and ask them to do the process for the host. The host also gonna send referees and staff to the internet cafes to ensure the process is fair and formal. Internet cafes who got this job were usually happy to do it because they already have the same need to host the qualifying competitions. They have the public space, which can contain a lot of people. They have the gears, the desktops, and the monitors. And they also offer the food and drink service. So taking this job gonna increase their fame and attract more players to watch the competitions as audience in the internet cafe. The third role of the internet cafe is the founders of professional players or the players who want to be the professional players. So if the internet cafe do have spare money, they probably also want to support some players to become professional players. And they're gonna offer like a basic level of food and living supply. And they probably also gonna offer some wage or like salary, but that's gonna be usually pretty low. So those players gonna fight for the internet cafes when they join like city levels or state levels of competitions with the name of the internet cafe. Even though internet cafe can participate as 3 different roles in the Chinese esports industry, their goals are the same. They are using the Chinese esports to get fame or make money through it. So to the internet cafe, the professional players they are funding are basically just a tool they're using. Because of it, a lot of professional players who get funded by the internet cafes did not receive a good salary or treatment. So those players had to quit the Chinese esports because it is not an accepted way to make a living. That was what happened to the internet cafe and professional players in China during the time range. And if we look at the Chinese esports market between the 2000 and 2011, there were also a lot of interesting happen. During the time range between the 2000 and 2005, Chinese game market was actually dominated by a game company called Aomei Electronic. This company imported a lot of famous games into China and making profit by selling licensed copy of those games. For example, StarCraft, Warcraft, and Counter-Strike. And those games were esports competition games. Because Aomei was controlling the copyright of those games, any international competition gonna happen in China related to those games should first get permitted by Aomei. And Aomei also have the power to organize the national competitions of those games. This situation changed in 2005. So in 2005, Aomei Electronic was going down and lost its dominance in the Chinese game market. A lot of digital business companies noticed this thing and want to get a share in the Chinese esports market. So I listed 3 typical examples here because they're using like different ways to do it. The first example is Tencent. Tencent is a digital company founded in 1998, and its focus was on the social media and live chat software. Tencent Game was a sub-company of Tencent, which is founded in 2003. And between 2003 and 2005, Tencent Game did not participate in the Chinese esports market. It was focusing on casual games, like web page games or like flash games. However, it did not mean Tencent did not have a plan for the Chinese game market. In 2008, when Aomei Electronic finally went bankrupt, Tencent quickly took a place in the licensed game market by importing a lot of competitive video games, such as Crossfire, is a FPS game created by a Korean company, and the League of Legends. And Tencent kept promoting those licensed games to join the international esports competition, like WCG. And Tencent did it in 2010 and 2011. The second example is NetEasy and China Communication, because those 2 companies targeting at the place Aomei Electronic had before. So when Aomei Electronic went bankrupt in 2008, those 2 companies quickly took action to take the contract of Aomei's imported games and took the copyright of those games to ensure esports events related to those games can be controlled by these 2 companies. The third example is Alibaba. It is a pure digital business company who focuses on business and money. So this company has no interest in any specific game. Instead, it's treating the esports events as a digital commercial product which can bring profit. So it focuses on organizing and cooperating with esports events as long as it can bring profit back. As you can see, this company focused on the Chinese esports market, but they did not pay attention to the foundational level of the industry, the internet cafes and professional players. It contributed to the gap and chaos of Chinese esport industry, so that a lot of foreign investors begin to lose their interest and trust on the Chinese esport market. In 2010, many investors were tired of the fight between the digital business companies in Chinese esport market. The bad regulation and the chaos of the Chinese esport industry made those investors decide to divest. Si Congwang noticed this opportunity and decided to join the Chinese esport market. His father is the top 10 richest person in China, so he has enough funding to take up the challenge. He created a business model for the Chinese esport industry and used it to regulate the Chinese esport market. In his model, there are 3 sections he focused on. First is building a professional esport club. So he noticed what happened to the professional players and internet cafe. So he decided to building up a real professional Chinese esport club and use it to professionally train the professional players and offer them a good salary to ensure they can make a living. The esport clubs runs like a company and are gonna sign official contract with those players. The second section is he keep organizing national esport events and ensure his club can interact with those events. It secured the connection between the professional players and esports. So it connected the foundation of the Chinese esport industry with the Chinese esport market. The third section is he noticed the rise of the stream industry in China, so he decided to connect it with the Chinese esport. He even founded a streaming company and used it as a main platform of his club to stream. However, because this thing happened in 2015, and a lot of people already covered the stream industry and the Chinese esport, so I will not continue with this topic here. This chart is a simple version of Wang's model. In general, Wang's model created a better environment for the Chinese esport industry. He ensured the foundation of the industry and the market will not be disconnected anymore. And he secured the treatment of professional players and offered ladder to them. He also pointed out the direction how the Chinese esport industry can cooperate with other game-related industry. Chinese government also shows its support to the Chinese esport. It admitted the esport as an official sport in 2003 and promoted it as a part of like fitness. Then let's talk about the obstacle. I actually already covered some obstacles of the industry and the market. From the perspective of professional players, they did not get a good treatment, and they had to live in dirty and poor environment, and they did not get any professional training from coaches because there were no one. Because of the chaos happened to the foundational level of the Chinese esport industry, many investors did not receive a good profit from the industry and the market, so they decided to divest. This thing did not really get fixed before one get into the Chinese esport. Another block in the Chinese esport market and industry was the ideology of China. So the internet addiction theory was pretty popular in China between 2000 and 2011. If a young adult or a teenager really like playing game, some people gonna think they have internet addiction and send them to the internet addiction cure center because they think internet addiction is a serious mental illness and must be cured as soon as possible. In traditional Chinese culture, studying is a good thing and playing is a bad thing. So playing video games and choose it as a career goal and become a professional player is not really a acceptable way for Chinese teenagers in their parents' eyes. And this is a screenshot about a internet addiction curing center. It was pretty popular in China between 2000 and 2011, and there was still some in China right now. So even though I said Chinese government was supporting the Chinese esport. It was actually using double track. So it admits the importance of the esport, but it also published some policy to limit the development of the Chinese esport. As we know, the golden age of esport player is around 18 years old. But China just published a policy last year and saying all the online game companies should not allow players who is below 18 years old play more than 3 hours per week. This policy is saying the companies can only offer those players 1 hour service on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if it's like holiday times, they can only offer 1 hour service to the players per day. All the online game companies must follow this rule and will be strictly punished if they did not do it. So how could the Chinese esport professional players deal with this thing? It's probably going to be another research direction for me. And we're at the last section, the significance of the Chinese esport. The Chinese esport actually has a very large potential of the commercial value. Here's a report from a database about the market size of esport market in China in recent years. You can see the market size is keep increasing with a very large percentage change. So understanding what happened to the Chinese esport and the entire Chinese game industry and Chinese game culture can offer you an idea if you want to make money or cooperate with Chinese game companies in the Chinese game market. So to Chinese society, the rise of the Chinese esport actually weakened the stereotype of the traditional Chinese culture about studying and playing. It is also a good counter-attack to the internet addiction theory. In the recent year, becoming a professional player and choose the Chinese esport as a career goal is more acceptable for many Chinese people. It also helped the Chinese game industry and Chinese game culture become more easier to be accepted by the Chinese society. So this is just a brief introduction and explanation about the history of Chinese esport between 2000 and 2011. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and got some rough ideas about the Chinese esport. If you do have more interest in the topic of Chinese game industry and Chinese game culture, you are always welcome to send an email to me so we can continue the topic. Hello, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we may have maybe a minute or two for questions. Let's see if there's any questions from the audience. What can you say about the impact the pandemic has had on the esports industry in China, particularly in light of the gaming license freeze enacted in July 2021 and smaller developers facing bankruptcy competing with power players like Tencent? Or is esports thriving despite the broader industry struggles?
So I have to say, like, the pandemic stuff is really like making the industry can like lose a lot of money. But as I say, like the streaming industry now is more like the foundation to supporting the Chinese esport right now, not like the internet cafe like maybe 20 years ago. So for now, it's like if the Chinese players, esports players, they could not like really like do something in the reality with their fans or something. They can just like doing the streaming and making money through that. So for that kind of like perspective with the players, they're still fine. And for the international like competitions, because that's a kind of hard, because like as you can see like the screenshot I showed, there was a ton of people like watching a competition in the very large like a theater, and they're like selling tickets, they're selling food and drink service, and the pandemic really like kind of killing this situation or like this kind of profit. So I have to say like the pandemic really like influenced this pretty largely. And what is the second part? Oh, is a sibling disport. Could you explain the second part of the question?
is just like is esports thriving in spite of these other sort of struggles that the industry is having? Also with the kind of like consolidation and this world where there's like these extremely large companies and then the struggle for smaller companies to survive. Like, how is esports working within all of that?
Yeah, so actually this question is related to another topic I'm covering for my research, is like the ontology or like the monopolization of the Chinese game market, especially the Tencent, not easy, these like pretty large game companies. So usually like if they're gonna be like a good, maybe like a indie studios in China, they create some like interesting games or like having some special design, those companies gonna like take actions trying to buy the studios. And if the studio could not really like accept the contract, they're gonna use some other ways to trying to force the studio to close. So if the because the Chinese esports is actually controlled by the Tencent, not easy, and the Alibaba, those like very large game companies or like digital business companies. So the Chinese esports is actually not really affected by this thing, but I cannot say it's a healthy situation for the Chinese esports because domination or like the monopolization of course gonna create it like something you have to choose this game, you have to watch this competition like that. So I won't say it's a really good situation for the Chinese sport right now, but it's still fine.
Yeah, great. Okay, let's see. Well, we're about out of time.
Sure.
We want the next one. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much
for that presentation, and best of luck with the next stage of your research. So our next presentation is with Matthew Gant, who's a PhD student also in critical game design, but coming from a different kind of an area, not necessarily entirely in games, but with music and interactive media, network performance of all kinds. So Matthew, welcome.
Yeah, hey all. Thank you so much for having me. It's been really inspiring seeing what everyone's been doing. And I think as Ben mentioned, I think that's maybe a generous way of saying now for something completely different. Let me see if I can share my screen. Share screen. Beautiful. All right. Cool. And is that working? Uh-oh. It is. Okay. Thanks so much. Cool. So, hey everyone, my name is Matthew Gant. Recent transfer to the GSAS department. Like Ben said, I'm a little more on the arts and simulation side than the game side. What we'll call this talk is Sound Becomes Sight, or Music in the Metaverse, which is maybe another fancy way of saying I'm dealing a lot with experimental music in immersive media. And I think this can, in some ways, be a very simple space. In other ways, a very kind of slippery space. So if it's not too self-indulgent, what I'd like to do is kind of give a quick little personal history and framing into this. So before I came to RPI, I was a touring musician, recording artist, did a lot of work with experimental electronic music. I'm going to show you just a few pictures just very quickly to kind of give you the general tenor of all this. But so I'd perform music in various kind of touring situations, various DIY venues, various gallery settings. Would also record and release music for various record labels, various tape labels. Again, give you a sense of it. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I've also been taking my kind of sound practice, my audio practice, and placing that in these various virtual environments. What I want to talk about today is sort of both where those spaces intersect and how they might be different than your traditional kind of just sound design for a gaming environment. How experimental music might give us some kind of inroads to that, and how this might actually be a kind of new space for artistic or musical expression. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip a lot of slides if you want to make room for some other folks. But to jump right into it, in my musical background, been very interested in not only what sounds, what aesthetic things I can create, but sort of how that becomes a lens to investigate technology in general. I know that sounds a little abstract, so to kind of place it more concretely, when I was studying, I was very, very fortunate to get to work with a composer named Morten Subotnick, who I studied composition with and then subsequently worked as a studio assistant to. If you've ever seen one of those early synthesizers that looks like kind of one of those crazy, telephone booths, Morten Subotnick was one of the first folks that worked with Donald Buchla to create these. He was also very kind of close friends with the media theorist Marshall McLuhan, who I imagine a lot of us are familiar with. But when I was working with Mort, he would kind of very often, kind of remind me of this sort of classic Marshall McLuhan one-liner that we look at the present through a rear-view mirror. We march backwards into the future. That can be kind of a very fancy way of saying when we're engaging with a new technology or a new medium, oftentimes we sort of use what we already know to understand it, to create metaphors. So a car is not a car. Car is a horse's carriage. The synthesizer isn't a whole new compositional space. It's a keyboard that makes science fiction sounds. And we see that a lot in the design of technology, of music technology or any technology. Some of you might be familiar with the space. And also as I'm talking, I'm just going to have a moment of panic, just make sure you all can still see and hear me. Is that working okay? I realize with all this streaming, I can't see anything, so I just want to make sure it's working. Yes. Sorry, I'm seeing my sound seems ungrounded. Oh no. Can everyone hear me okay, or how are we doing? It's duplicating. Okay, that's all right. How is it now? Good. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that, y'all. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't talking to myself here. In any case, with a lot of instrument design, we see those kind of conceptual forks in the road. On the left, you see one of the Buchla synthesizers that Mort Subotnick worked with. We see this kind of strange touch plate interface. On the right, we see a Moog synthesizer, which kind of went the other way, that a new technology, new instrument could be based on something we already know. It's a new version of an old thing rather than a new thing unto itself. Interestingly, in virtual reality and immersive media, there's kind of this long, like fairly niche, but really interesting to me at least, overlap. So a lot of the pioneers of virtual reality were also very steeped in experimental music. Again, this idea of music as a space for hashing out conceptually what a technology could be for. So for example, I imagine a lot of us are familiar with Jaron Lanier, one of the pioneers of sort of early commercial VR. Jaron Lanier is also a musician. He was very interested in the way that these various protocols, they're designed, they make various assumptions about the affordances of what should be done, and then echo throughout sort of future iterations of that technology to kind of define what could be done. He used the example of MIDI, which some of us might know, some of us might not, but is a really classical, and we can get into that a little later if it's of interest. Another one that's really close to me is the composer Pauline Oliveros, who was actually also involved at RPI and started the San Francisco Tape Music Center with Morten Subotnick back in the 60s. And of note and relevance here is that later in her career, Pauline Oliveros actually did a lot of performance in the Second Life virtual platform and would work with an ensemble called the Avatar Orchestra Metaverse to make these just wild virtual performances where you'd see these orchestras of avatars placing sounds in space. They would make these various sound installations, these very kind of wild and wacky things. But to tie a few of these ideas together before we go any further, what I'm really interested, especially as virtual reality and the metaverse and whatever that might mean, is starting to mainstream these questions, right? Just like we were talking about the synthesizer, is it going to be something entirely new, or is it going to be an old thing with sort of a new skin or surface on it? As we start seeing a little more interest in music in virtual space, what metaphors, what assumptions are we making about it? So for example, that first wave, first wave of contemporary virtual reality, May 2016 to 2020, there's been a lot of, musical experiences, but they tend to place themselves on a previous metaphor. We've made a violin, but virtual reality. We've made a DJ party, but virtual reality. We've made an arena rock show, but virtual reality. And for me, what in my own research, what I'm really excited about is rather than going the route of what is a new skin or an old paradigm, finding, what are the unique, unexplored spaces in this new medium that these other affordances could give us. And someone like Pauline Oliveros, that work we were just talking about, is a really big point of personal inspiration for me creatively. One thing, I'll put some links in the chat too, but one piece that I really love by them, just kind of plays this, this piece called Rotating Brains, Beating Heart. And it was a piece for an ensemble performing in Second Life. And they created the score where rather than being in a virtual nightclub, a virtual concert venue, they've created this wild abstract space of these giant hearts, these giant brains. And they used the Second Life interface to manipulate and animate them to have sounds emanate from all over the space as a secondary ensemble performs in it. And they take a lot of their background. They actually have made this amazing score. A friend of mine went to Mills and studied with Pauline Oliveros. They just go, Sarah actually sent me the score. But they've created this musical approach to working with these kind of virtual platforms as an instrument, as an environment, as a context unto themselves. And I feel like there's a lot of really exciting space to explore there. So again, you know, is it a old thing with a new skin or a new thing altogether? So to kind of anchor this in my own doctorate work and research, I think maybe the four kind of spaces that I would explore are: one, you know, what kind of music only could exist in this new space? What is unexplored? Two, how do those new spaces not only give us new creative opportunities, but how do they remediate? How do they change our understanding of other forms? So, for example, when you go to the Fortnite, you know, arena virtual concert, how is that similar to what we already have seen in the physical space? But also, how does that change it? What have we gained from that? Or what have we learned? Three, what tools and technologies are being used? How are we leveraging the space between game engines, audio production tools, and the strange kind of stick and twine interface as we kind of do hash out, you know, what should be done? What are these things for? And fourth, and this ties in a little bit with the second one, this question is remediation. What will music making in kind of culture, how will that change? And I think we were speaking about that a little bit with this kind of idea of idle games, ambient music, ambient kind of immersion in technology. And I think we're in a really exciting space for that. So what I want to do really quickly, I'm just going to minimize again, just so I can make sure I'm not shouting into the void. Good. Is show you just a few kind of projects and sort of case studies that I'm doing in my own artistic practice to explore this. And in the interest of time, I won't pivot between too much media, but I'll put some links in the chat after. But the three spaces I sort of see my own work investigating are online virtual spaces as either an installation, a performance space, or an exhibition space. Two, game engines as a sort of musical medium unto themselves, the way you can make an environment that could be composition. And three, these new sort of economic or cultural models for once you've made a musical piece, how do you release it? You know, in the space between maybe the 70s and the 90s, when I think record labels were at their peak, it really changed not only how people purchased or experienced music, but it changed how it was made based off that economy. I think we're at a similar inflection point. So maybe just three quick pieces I would highlight of my own that I'd show you, and I'll place some links in the chat if you actually want to go in and explore them. This first one is from a group show, an online virtual environment called Sound Becomes Sight, Symphony for the Metaverse, that I worked on between 2021 and 22 with Synthesis Gallery based in Berlin and the New York City-based CT Swam Collective of sound artists. And this was shown at the Wrong Biennale, which is a long-standing online art space. And they put out this call for pavilions. And for me, coming from a space in electronic music, if you study experimental music, one of the kind of classic canonical bits of history is the Phillips Pavilion from the 1958 World's Fair, where the composer Vigorous Xenakis worked with the architect Corbusier to make this wild experimental architecture that had these surround sound and lights and sound exhibitions inside of it. So we took that as a starting place and made our own virtual exhibition using the Mozilla Hubs platform. And I'll place a link to this later, but you can actually go inside the browser, walk around 3D space, and explore these various surround sound pieces that we curated from various artists across the world. Inside of it, we also did a variety of performances with avatars inside of it, various kind of experimental pieces, using sort of the choreography of avatars, using placing sounds in space, etc., and really kind of pushing what we could do with the platform. There's a lot more I'd love to say about the space, but just in the interest of time, I'll kind of move on. dig back into that. The second space I see as these game engines, Unreal or Unity or similar, is not just a space for making these game experiences, but almost in the same way as the record medium, the way you could make an album, you could make a simulation as a musical piece. And over the last few years, I've been doing a lot of work interfacing these game engines, especially Unreal, with various audio technology like Ableton, Maximus P, various kind of synthesizers, using MIDI and OSC to bridge these kind of disparate software environments. And I've been making a lot of these small little sculptural worlds that make sound, they move, they change. And these are various pieces that you could actually go into and explore, kind of first-person style with WASD and mouse, or also various pieces in these kind of gallery situations where maybe you have a computer running the environment. You can go and see on a screen various kind of windows into this. And as you stand, you listen, these worlds sort of expand. So kind of somewhere between a sound installation and a sound sculpture. I've also been doing a lot of work, and again, in the interest of time, I'll skip past this, but I've been doing a lot of kind of space in between these various physical performances using virtual reality as an element of the performance. This is a shot from a piece we did in New York at Pioneer Works with a composer and dancer, Lindsay Drury, where we created this whole virtual environment that she's interacting with. And her interaction with that virtual environment actually becomes a choreographic score for her physical body to perform with. The last quick thing I'll just highlight, and then maybe we can dig a little more into this in the talkback if we have time, is this question again of, if we use the metaphor of you make a piece of music, you either release it as an album, you release it as something that would stream on a streaming platform, or you perform it. The new prevalence of immersive media, the Internet of Things, the Metaverse, whatever that might be, I think is opening up some really interesting new spaces of software applications as albums, as compositions, as an aesthetic environment. So one of the first pieces I did in that vein was a piece called Earmark. And that was a bit of sort of serendipity where I was really fortunate to get to work at MPAC through a production grant last year. I was able to go in and work and create this really expansive surround sound piece, with sounds moving all over. It would, kind of very sort of immersive situation. But of course, the question is, once that residency is over, where does this live? Who gets to experience it and how? So around that same time, I was curated into a group show on the Feral File platform, which was created by Casey Reyes, who made processing. And this was right at the beginning of blockchain edition works, NFTs and all that. So I was invited to make a piece for the show that would then become kind of editioned. So what I ended up doing was taking this piece, making kind of 3D scans of the equipment I used to make the sonic component, and made this sort of self-contained listening environment where you could actually navigate around and hear the sound move around you, almost like a snow globe or an immersive virtual reality music box. What ended up happening was these then got blockchain edition. We released these so you could sort of purchase a virtual music box containing this immersive sound, which to me felt like a really exciting sort of bridge between the space of releasing albums that people would buy the album and sort of releasing the software as a new form of composition. There's also been a really interesting and unexpected kind of resonance between the economies of this. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Bandcamp, but that's one of the more popular spaces where independent artists will release their music and albums. And earlier this year, actually, Epic Games purchased Bandcamp. So we're seeing this very unexpected kind of overlap of the worlds. And I think we're seeing a lot of artists and a new generation of composers sort of find how to navigate, again, not just these aesthetic or creative or compositional approaches, but these new kind of cultural contexts that we're operating in. One sort of last thing I'll kind of lead off with, I've also been building a lot of software simulations, these kind of self-standing ones, that I think later this year or early next year will be released on a record label on a little USB, and you can purchase it and you can actually get these little sonic sculptures that you can interact with. In my own work, this summer, I'll be doing a research residency at the ZHDK in Zurich and Alfred University here in New York, and working in their immersive spaces, both to explore kind of some of these compositions in the digital realm, and then also these more installation practices where you have a virtual component and a physical component. And again, there's a lot more I'd love to say about this, but I want to be really conscious of time as well. So maybe I'll say thank you for now and turn off the screen share. And if there's any questions, yeah, you know.
Matthew, thank you for that so much for that presentation. Let's see, I think we if we have any questions from the audience. Okay, so one question, and probably don't have time for just the one. When you question the ways in which virtual mediums remediate our understanding of existing musical forms, what would you say about the extent to which sound is a physical, in a physical medium itself, is capable of creating an alternate reality? Are those like two sides of the same coin?
Yeah, man, thank you for that. That's a really, really beautiful one. I'm going to talk really, really fast. So I think that's a great point. You know, this question of like, what is the materiality of sound? What is the materiality of both sound and physical space? What is the materiality of a digital medium? And then even what's the materiality of that interface? You know, you're still wearing the goggles. You're still listening to the digital sound coming out of a speaker in a room, presumably. Pauline Oliveros has this really great article or essay where about virtual acoustics. And she talks a lot about, you know, for example, say you go to a concert, they put the voice, they put the instrument through some sort of artificial reverberation. You're dealing with this interesting hybrid space where you're a physical body listening to an implied virtual acoustic, virtual space, and negotiating both conceptually and aesthetically where that exists. So I think that the very short form, there's a lot more I'd love to say about this given time, but is that's a fork in the road where I think you're negotiating what creative aesthetic decisions am I making, and then the others, what structural ones are there. But yeah, thank you all so much. And again, if you have any questions, want to chat more, drop me a line. Otherwise, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So our last presentation coming up is from Isabelle Coutu. She's a second-year PhD student in critical game design at RPI, and we'll be talking about liminal spaces in games.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Thanks so much for having me. So, as Ben said, I am doing liminal space in games, looking at the affect of digital space. So, some of you may recognize this image. For those of you who don't know, this is the Backrooms, one of the most widely circulated images, sort of around the liminal space aesthetic that has very quickly become a cultural phenomenon online. If you do recognize this image, you're probably pretty familiar with liminal spaces. But for those of you who aren't, let's go ahead and start to break down what liminality is. So here we have the definition of the actual word liminal. In particular, you should notice that there's a highlighting of, for example, threshold or intermediacy. Liminality is sort of an in-betweenness, if you will. So when we talk about liminal space, it is an aesthetic and cultural internet movement revolving around imagery of eerie and or nostalgic environments, in particular environments that tend to be very transitional in nature. So let's talk about some of the hallmarks of liminal space. To start with, again, they're very transitional. You will often see images of things like hallways, waiting rooms, parking lots, etc. These are places that you don't tend to linger in. You don't live there, you don't stay there, you kind of pass through them. And as such, they have sort of a strange quality to them just from that nature alone. Secondly, liminal spaces always tend to be pretty empty. They're almost always void of people. Either they're spaces that are uninhabited or that are outright abandoned and suffering some amount of decay. Liminal spaces also tend to be really nostalgic, places that evoke familiar memories, things that may have been significant to us in childhood that we had a lot of experience with prior, but that have also been transformed to be a little bit eerie. There's senses of foreboding, anxiety, unwelcomeness that come from the liminal space aesthetic. Tied to that, a lot of liminal space aesthetic images can be really uncanny as well. They carry a really dreamlike quality to them. There's even links to surrealism. A lot of people, artists online, will create these very surrealistic liminal space images. And finally, lighting also tends to be really important for these types of spaces. You tend to have really pronounced light and dark, highlights and shadows, often sometimes even just a camera flash in a dark room that can lead to sort of this weird kind of off feeling. So really, liminal spaces and the liminal space aesthetic is all about feeling. It's the affective quality of these spaces, feeling, emotion, mood, tone, etc. Now, the aesthetic in particular has been built collectively online through a lot of different collaboration. You have different communities like Reddit's subreddits coming together and kind of look like building a library of liminal space images and opening discourse on, well, what is liminality and what counts as liminality? Now, one of the issues around this is that liminal space can be highly subjective. There have been disagreements as to what images do and don't count. And the fact of the matter is that it's going to be different for everyone. One person may look at an image and say, yeah, this feels really liminal to me. And another person could look at the same image and say, well, I'm not really getting anything from this. So that's a really major thing to be aware of. So let's start by looking at a couple of examples of liminal spaces that really showcase kind of what we're trying to get at here. So to start with, you have something like this really featureless hallway, right? To begin with, there's no context. You have no idea where this is or what kind of building this could be in, right? So that's already starting to feel a little disorienting. There's also maybe kind of a vintage quality to it. Maybe it's the graininess of the image. Maybe it's the lighting. Whatever the case, it kind of feels like a place that's half remembered. You sort of recognize it, but yet you sort of don't at the same time. Then there's that sort of very unnatural quality to it. A lot of straight lines, nothing really organic here, all very bright and whitewashed, fluorescent lighting. And that feels kind of unnatural. It's very clearly people made. Finally, the subject matter. It's a hallway, so it has that distinct betweenness. This is a space where you kind of don't really linger. So all of these things together form that liminal space aesthetic. Here's another image. This is actually probably one of the more popular liminal space aesthetic images. Again, you have this kind of bizarre space, weird lighting, strange layout, this sort of abstractness almost to it. And here you have a different kind of liminality, kind of this dingy waiting room. It feels very old, kind of tired, and maybe a little bit off. Within the liminal space aesthetic, you also have a lot of different subgenres that have come out of this. One of my favorite examples are dead malls. I'm sure a lot of people, particularly folks who have grown up here in the US, have had some amount of experience with the shopping mall. They were, of course, very, very popular once upon a time. And so, for example, we may have childhood memories of visiting one of these malls. And so we have expectations of them being bright and clean, with stores all open, maybe lots of people shopping. It's a place to kind of come together and hang out or purchase things. But with the decline of the shopping mall, we've seen a vacating of these spaces. And in the absence of all of that, we start to see liminal spaces really emerge and be highlighted. So you end up with things like this, where you have, all the lights are off, almost these gaping maws where the stores should have been but aren't anymore. You even have starting to get into abandonments, images like this or even this. And even when you don't have a mall that's abandoned, maybe it's just mostly closed or maybe it's just shut down for the night, you can still, again, have those affective qualities of liminality come through based on the emptiness, the lighting, the cavernousness of these spaces, and almost like the feeling that these places often are frozen in time. Maybe they've never been renovated or whatnot. And so they start to feel, again, really eerie and kind of off. So what about games? I would argue that games are perhaps the perfect liminal medium. To start with, you are already beginning to move beyond static imagery. Incorporating things like sound and movement can have a tremendous impact on the look, the feel, the emotional impact of a sensorial experience. Sound in particular, things like ambient noises or ambient music tracks can really contribute to building an atmosphere. But then, what other qualities do games specifically hold that something like video might not? Well, I'd like to look at proposing 3 different types of liminality in games and maybe examining kind of what they do and why they work. So, I'm going to start off with proposing casual liminality. This is what I see as games that may use some or many liminal techniques to really do things like emphasize mood, theme, gameplay, world building, narrative, etc. In general, these are going to be games that are not built specifically around liminality, but that are either purposefully or unintentionally maybe borrowing from the visual language of liminal spaces to help accentuate the overall player experience. So you get things like horror games or survival games or even survival horror games. These are pretty often set in things like post-apocalypses. So you'll get this emptying of spaces that are supposed to be populated. Often they might be populated with monsters and such, but in general, they're constructed to be kind of forbidding and maybe even eerie or unsettling. So these games can really capitalize on that to help push that narrative. Stealth games, I would say, are another game type that can really utilize liminal spaces to highlight the game experience. Immersive sim stealth games like Dishonored or Thief in particular strike me as games that are really dependent on exploration and a sense of place as a really important part of their key gameplay loop. Navigating those spaces and operating within them is one of the major joys of stealth games. And by utilizing sort of the liminal space aesthetic language, we can start to do really interesting things with storytelling or mood or even gameplay cues, like this off-looking hallway might signal danger somewhere. Point-and-click or adventure games are also games that really heavily utilize environments almost as a character in and of themselves. Myst, for example, is one of the best original examples of graphic liminality in games. It's a classic for a reason. Central to the core gameplay loop of these games, you have environmental puzzles, and even just the environment as a conveyance of place and a holder of emotional feeling. So there are lots of really tremendous examples of games that sort of leverage this kind of liminality to contribute to all of that. What Remains of Edith Finch, Gone Home, Everyone's Gone to the Rapture, The Witness. There's this whole genre of games that really benefit from that liminality that can exist there. Then you also have games that start to trend more towards really purposefully utilizing liminality. I think Control is a really tremendous example. Here, they use the kind of offness of space to really emphasize story and world, which then leads me to games that use intentional liminality. So I would like to propose games that leverage liminal spaces on purpose. They become a central part of atmosphere and story. In particular, it should be noted that these games may trend more towards the abstract and the dreamlike. They're really trying to tap into that emotional impact. And they also, interestingly enough, have a lot of meta qualities. Liminal space games have been associated with things like ARGs or collaborative lore and world building, so on and so forth. The Stanley Parable, for instance, is sort of the king of liminal games, if you will. Not only do you have liminal spaces in spades, you also have this really interesting push and pull with the narrative and the idea of these games, looking at the space between the code and the creators and the players. And that's where you start to pull out some really interesting, really thoughtful themes that combine with the striking visuals to create a very, very fascinating and impactful experience. You also have liminality being used to highlight discomfort, to leverage sort of the horror qualities of these games. Here we have a liminal space game that is a horror game, and it's leaning very, very hard into a specific liminal subgenre to help create that emotional response. You can also have games that really, really use environments, in particular liminal environments, as a key part of their core gameplay loop. They embrace liminality and turn it into sort of a mind-bending puzzle, and there's sort of a joy and a wonder to that, right? Finally, we have accidental liminality. So I would say that you tend to find things, this type of liminality in things like empty multiplayer games. For example, if you have a multiplayer deathmatch map, for instance, these are spaces that are built for lots of people, really frenetic gameplay, lots of shooting and explosions and excitement. But what happens when you vacate these spaces and have none of this stuff? Well, you end up with places that feel really eerie and kind of off. There's nobody there, none of that excitement. So you have sort of a void that's left behind. I would say that you tend to see this a lot in maybe like dead multiplayer games, games where the servers shut down or the player population migrated away, or even just purposefully booting into one of those maps just to see how the feeling changes, right? I would say you also can find liminal spaces in unliminal games. There are people who go looking for this sort of things. So really accidental liminality tends to be, found in game experiences where games maybe are being used for their unintended purposes. It's a little bit similar in this vacating of the spaces to real life situations with COVID, where we've had lots of really big public places be emptied out during social distancing mandates, and that really highlighted the liminality of these places. So games like source maps, Gary's Mod in particular, can be very liminal for people. I know quite a few see things like Gary's Mod as really nostalgic. Maybe they played this with their friends and it was a big part of their childhood growing up. Also, the way these maps are constructed, they're kind of empty and sort of abstract. They're meant for construction and experimentation, but by themselves, they're just big and open and sort of off. The source engine in general, the way that things are textured and rendered, help to create this kind of almost uncanniness to it. So together, that creates a sort of liminality there. Another really big one, the digital social hubs. We've seen over the years the rise and fall of really popular social online hubs, places for people to hang out within a digital experience and sort of talk or collaborate or what have you. And over the years, we've seen the wax and then eventually the wane of these spaces. And in the wake of that, we have places in the digital world that were initially constructed to be populated and enjoyed with many, many people that are now totally empty. I'm sure there are lots and lots of rooms like this in things like Second Life, or here, just booting into an empty VR chat lobby totally changes the experience. You might even start to argue that things like Minecraft, particularly an empty single-player world, can start to feel really lonely and kind of eerie. Yeah, sure, you've got NPCs, mobs, monsters, etc., but the fact that there's nobody else there can start to feel maybe even a little bit creepy. On top of that, you even have people purposefully constructing liminal spaces in games like Minecraft. So clearly there's something there. This has even gone as far as people intentionally creating games stylized around this sort of concept. No Players Online is a great example of you've booted up an old ancient multiplayer game, maybe from the 90s or something, and you know that you're the only one in the lobby, but you're not quite alone. So, the virtues of liminal games. First of all, interactivity. Interactivity has often been cited as one of the deciding factors of games versus other types of media. For starters, it can really help foster immersion. So you feel more like you're in the experience. It's an active experience rather than a passive experience. On top of that, you have some added agency. Whereas when you look at a static liminal image, you might start to feel those sensations of liminality. Well, now you have the freedom not only to experience that space, as it would be in a single frame, but you can start to point the camera wherever you like. The space opens up, and that, for example, can start to scratch the itch of exploration that would not be otherwise possible in a static image or even in a video. Games are also really tremendous at creating spaces and places. You can start to create really impossible places, for example, things that would be very difficult to create in real life. And so that allows us a lot more freedom. On top of that, games being very experiential, well, now creators have a lot of control over what can go into that experience. We can tailor things depending on what we're trying to elicit. And as such, we can really start to really lean into that liminality, maybe even creating hyperliminality, playing with those emotions, playing with that mood, tone, and feeling. You could also even start to argue for games as an inherently liminal medium itself. Level design in games, for example, has often been compared to theme park design. There's a lot of the same things that go into both of them. And theme parks are places that aren't really meant to be lived in for a long time. We go into them as tourists passing through. It's a transitional experience. You could argue then that games are very similar. We kind of pass through them. They're a threshold between digital reality and real life. As such, it's almost kind of poetic. You could have a liminal medium housing liminal spaces. So overall, I would say that the takeaway of this is that games can really benefit from leveraging the way that they feel, the emotional impact they have. And I think that liminal spaces in particular have captivated the internet for a reason. There's something there that people find really mysterious and exciting and appealing. And I think that by being mindful of what makes liminal spaces the way they are and how they work, and then maybe even incorporating them into the games that we make and play, can help us tell better stories and build better game worlds. I think additionally, liminal spaces can maybe even help us navigate some of the real world anxieties we're having right now. Liminal spaces and the liminal space aesthetic have become really popular in the wake of, again, COVID and all of that stuff that's been happening. So maybe by creating these digital liminal spaces, we can begin to navigate the cultural and everyday anxieties that we're feeling. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, Isabel, thank you so much for that presentation. We have time for maybe one question. Let's see. The question is, what about natural liminal spaces? Borderlands, foothills, coastal marsh, do they count? How much does subjectivity factor into the encounter with liminal spaces?
Right. So in researching liminal space images, I came across a lot of different pictures of different types of places. And while a lot of the liminal space aesthetic tend to focus around sort of more man-made structures, you can start to get into more natural places. And I think there's varying shades of this. Some people will have images of these very whitewashed suburban neighborhoods that seem to stretch on into infinity. So it's still quite artificial, but you start having some more natural elements like grass or whatnot. But I've also seen a lot of liminal space images of forests, for example. And I think this is where you start to get more into the world of subjectivity. Some people are going to look at these images and say, I don't think they're liminal at all. And some people are going to look at them and say, well, I'm getting these really, really liminal vibes. So it's a little difficult to tell just because the liminal space aesthetic is so kind of fluid. It changes depending on who's sort of part of that discussion. And there's a lot of, I think, wiggle room for our interpretation. But I do think that natural spaces have the potential to carry that kind of liminal space aesthetic kind of eeriness, offness to them.
Great, thank you. Well, I think that's all the time we have. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you so much.
So this brings us to the final segment of the program tonight, the awards ceremony. So in this part of the program, we're going to celebrate and honor fantastic work that students have done with their games in numerous categories, looking at all the different kinds of expertise and excellence that go into game making. We had a panel of terrific judges evaluating these games. There were over 30 games, I think, that we gave them that they had to look at, with games from students here at RPI, from RIT, and from NYU. And one of the judges is here with me tonight to help present the awards, Dustin King. Hey, Dustin, how are you doing?
Hi, Ben. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me tonight.
So I want to give a quick shout out to our two other judges, Cindy Lehman from First Playable Productions and the incomparable Zach Barth of Zachtronics. And Dustin is from the studio formerly known as Vicarious Visions, now the Albany branch of Blizzard Entertainment. Dustin, maybe you could just talk a little bit about what it is that you do over at Blizzard.
Sure. Currently, my role is an associate art director. I was the co-director and lead on Diablo 2 Resurrected. That's my most recently shipped title, and currently I'm actually assigned to Diablo 4, where I'm currently serving as an art director as well.
Right, and maybe just overall, what was your impression looking through these games?
Well, we actually went very long into the night, if you remember, Ben. So it was actually a very difficult competition to judge. The games and the experiences were very incredible, and everyone and their team should be very proud of every single thing that was submitted. It made it very tough on all the judges to narrow this down.
And we thank all of you for your time and your diligence that you put into judging these. So let's go ahead and roll right into it. We're going to go through a number of categories tonight, wrapping up with the grand prize. And the first category is going to be analog game design. Now we've heard a lot tonight about about the future of games, whether that's virtual reality, augmented reality, or idle games, as two perhaps opposing ends of the spectrum. But of course, analog games are the oldest forms of gameplay. Long before we had computer games, we had dice and we had cards and we had board games, and we intricately carved bits of bone and wood and ivory and rock. And even with all of this progress in digital, virtual, and idle games, analog games are experiencing an incredible renaissance now with a tremendous creativity and interest in tabletop board games. So this award tonight celebrates new designers who are taking analog design into new directions. Let's take a look at the nominees. So let's meet the nominees for analog game design. For Case Files, It's a Shifter Thing, Kiln, and Bios.create. Hi, hello. Marcy, good to see you again. Pros, good to see you again. Let's see. And I will say for showing these games and for judging them creates, of course, interesting challenges for playing them and kind of understanding what they're all about. So Jacob, you and William, the games that the way that you submitted them were in the form of rule sheets, right? Which is, of course, really what the core of any analog game is essentially the instructions, the rules. So, like Jacob, maybe you could say a little bit about, what it is from your game or games that you were trying to get at.
Yeah, so both of my games are we're called story games. So they're really intended to be sort of guidelines to help the player, or players in my case, sort of create an intended type of story. So in that first game, it's a shifter thing, or I think the first one was presented with BIOS, but I'll start with it. It's a shifter thing. The goal is really, this idea of identity. So you're a group of shapeshifters that are constantly sort of simultaneously trying to balance your own interpersonal needs with sort of this fear of being discovered, which I kind of wanted to convey a lot of ideas around sort of closeted identity and gender queerness and a lot of that sort of thing. Similarly, then BIOS create you're a bunch of AIs that are sort of super bored after humans have kicked the bucket, and you're trying to create a new life form, which I really wanted to sort of get around sort of ideas of different sort of conceptualizations of life and sort of broadening people's understanding of what it means to be alive, and also sort of what it means to try to create something as a group.
Thanks. And William, how about you for Case Files?
Yeah, Case Files, I wanted to create an RPG along the lines of something like Dungeons & Dragons, or more specifically as an Inspiration Monster of the Week, something you can create mysteries in and explore the world that the GM creates. So I really went for creating a system that people can play in and treat different things as problem solving. They can treat any fighting that you end up doing as problem solving. You treat going through evidence as problem solving. Basically to make, to fill a space in mystery RPGs that I haven't really seen filled.
All right, thanks. And Marcy and Cross, you talked earlier about your game, but maybe just to recap in brief, like the core design thing that you were after with it.
Yeah, so our game is a 2-player head-to-head puzzle game, and originally it was concepted as some kind of deterministic roll and write game. So roll and write games are typically a randomized result where you then have to perform an action based on that result, and everyone typically drafts what those actions are. In this case, I wanted it to be more deterministic, less resulting from randomness. So at the beginning of the game, there's a predetermined setup, or there's a randomized setup, but then everything after that is this cascading effect of all the players' decisions, rather than the result of continued rolling of the dice. And Cross, I would love to get your perspective too.
Yeah, and we want to create this feeling of like, every turn you are trying to, although the board is like you don't get to control as much as as like rolling a dice, but you still have like a control of like, what shape do I want to draw? What shape is the best for this current situation that I want to put on board? We want to create this puzzle solving feeling every turn of the player. That usually, like usual roll and write games, is more like the player will have the agency of like determining what they can do, what they want to do.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, now it's time to announce the winner. This was a very a challenging category for the judges. They put a lot of time into trying to understand and play and figure out these games. The winner for the Excellence in Analog Game Design Award is Case Files. Congratulations. And William, if you want to make an
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Miser, who I worked with throughout the development, as well as all my friends who helped playtest and proofread the source book. That was all incredibly important to actually making the game functional.
Well, thank you. Great work, everybody. This is exciting, and I'm just expecting this category to increase in in years to come. All right, so for our next category, I'm going to invite Dustin to come back up to introduce the Excellence in Audio Award.
All right. So our audio composition and sound design take us deeper into the game, making the world believable, giving voice to the game's characters, and transporting us through the power of music. Music and sound can also be the core of gameplay itself. So the Excellence in Audio Award recognizes sound design, soundtracks, audio game mechanics, and other ways that audio transforms the game experience. Here are the nominees for Excellence in Audio. All right. And the winner of this category is Tempo.
Thank you. Like first and foremost, a big thank you to the community for nominating us and giving us the award. And also just give a quick shout out to our amazing sound designers, Noah and Gabe. They did a terrific job composing the soundtracks and make sure that fits into our experience. And I'm really glad that the team's hardware resonated with everyone. Thank you.
Okay. And then let's see. Next up, oh, I'm sorry. I'll turn this back over to Ben real quick.
Well, I'm just going to give it right back to you, but the next category is actually yours to present as well. The Excellence in Design Award.
Okay. So our Excellence in Design Award. Game design is, of course, the core of any game. Perfectly balanced systems, the flow, state, and feel of the game, the interplay of entities, resources, and rules, not to mention skill and Excel spreadsheets. All of these are part of design. Unlike many other elements in a game, good game design is often invisible until the game is actually played. Here are your nominees for Excellence in Design. Okay, and the winner of this category is Vidi Vici.
Thank you. I just want to say really shout out to everyone who's supported us through this process and my amazing team members, as well as Professor Payan for everything with Game Development 2 this semester. It's been so much fun working on this, so thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dustin. So the next category is for excellence in narrative. So games are exciting adventures that take us away into other worlds. They are forms of competition, or ways to solve puzzles. But they're also ways to tell stories. They're perhaps the latest evolution of all of that narrative, storytelling, story-making capacity that we have as humans. So the Excellence in Narrative Award goes to the games that have those powerful stories that make us love their characters, that make us laugh and cry, and take us into other worlds through their words, as well as through their gameplay. So here are the nominees for Excellence in Narrative.
Ladies and gentlemen, you should be ready for departure. To ensure your safety, please stay in your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
All right, thanks. So let's meet the nominees for the Excellence in Narrative category. Hi, how are you doing? Let's see. So these were incredibly moving and fascinating games for the judges. The game that is the winner for this category is one that really made the judges cry, honestly, and connected to personal experiences that players have themselves have had. The winner for this category is The Day I Left. Congratulations. This was a game that had a kind of simplicity to the design, but such a powerful story that it was incredibly moving. Okay, let's see. Bringing Justin back up for the Excellence in Visual Art Award.
Okay. So from photorealistic rendering to retro pixel art to avant-garde experimentation, the art of game is always both an aesthetic and technical accomplishment. Models and animations, materials and shaders, cinematic lighting, and 8-bit sprite sheets all create visual representation of the game world. The Excellence in Visual Art recognizes games with unique visual style, technically accomplished artwork, and visual imagination. Here are the nominees for Excellence in Visual Art. Okay.
Shall we meet the nominees? Dustin, it really seemed to me that this was a category, perhaps more than any of the rest of them, that the judges really struggled with, like trying to determine a winner.
It was all of these teams had very different visual styles that could be interpreted in many different ways, and so it actually made for a difficult category to really narrow down who we felt won this category. So.
Maybe. Okay, so, but who is the winner?
Okay, so the winner for this category is No Small Matter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, the judges, I think, were particularly impressed, not just with the visual look of the game, but the kind of functional clarity, that sort of connection between form and function that all came together in that project.
Yeah, definitely something we strive for. Thank you so much. We had a great team.
Well done, and bravo everybody for this category. This one I know was really, really difficult for the judges.
Very much. Job well done, all.
So to introduce the next award for technical excellence, I'm really delighted to introduce to you a special surprise guest. Come on up, Dr. Mark DeStefano.
Special surprise guest, where 95% of the people here have no idea who I am. Hi, everybody. I'm Mark DeStefano. I'm one of the founders of the Game and Simulation Arts and Sciences program at RPI, and it's been a long time since I addressed this crowd, but thanks to Ben for having me. So, there is a certain class of so-called gamers who enjoys spending their time complaining about lazy developers who just need to click the 4K 60 FPS checkbox in Unity. But the truth is, getting a triangle up on screen can be really difficult. And then all of a sudden, to use one of Ben's favorite examples, you're talking about using a 4-dimensional extension of the complex hyperplane just to make something rotate. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that was one of Ben's favorite examples? That's one of my favorite examples. Making games is hard. So with that said, here are the nominees for technical excellence. Very cool. All right. Shall we meet the nominees?
So I have to tell you, Mark, that at least one of those games, the reason that it is a nominee for this category is that the judges were really impressed with their use of quaternions.
Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
With very smooth traversal of the units across a sphere. So there you go. It always comes back to quaternions.
Yeah, and make sure you wrap your slurp call in a function called slurp because it's more fun to say. All right, so congratulations to you all on an impressive display of technical acumen. Google's hiring, come work with me. And the winner is Marere, the Shattered Self. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. This was the thing that the judges were really interested in with this was like partly the level almost of completeness throughout all the systems in this game, the use of the mirror mechanic, and essentially pulling all of that together to make that style of game and have it work is no small feat. So congratulations.
Did I mention that we have one programmer on this project?
It's her. It's just her.
Well, bravo.
Ben, give her my contact info.
It only takes some time.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the next award goes to a game that strives to have an impact beyond just the world of games. So games are fun; they're entertaining. They can be educational. They can bring people together. They can do all these wonderful things. But can games have an impact beyond that? Can games address bigger problems, bigger social issues? Can they change minds, change hearts, effect change in the world at large? The nominees for this year's Impact Award are Thanks. All right, let's meet the nominees. All right. Anyway, so all of your games have a ton of fantastic things going on. Technical, artistic, audio, storytelling games, but they also have a kind of a message. And I wonder if we could just have each of you talk a little bit about that aspect of your game. Emily, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Hi. So in Boiling Over, we wanted to portray a very realistic story about the transgender experience. And we wanted to get the player sort of in the headspace of somebody who is in working in a customer service job as a person who is transgender. And we wanted to show this authenticity so that people would be able to have empathy and relate to Hazel's experience and see that maybe this trans person's experience isn't so unfamiliar after all. And meanwhile, show what it looks like to be a good ally and what it looks like to support the community. And like how if you're in management position, that's like there's a lot of how you can support transgender employees. Yeah, so sorry, I didn't have much prepared for this. That's basically the gist of it. It's very slice of life and gives that broad strokes, but also like a lot of intimate looks into what this life and experience is like.
Mm-hmm. Great. And Chris, so we talked a little bit about like a general idea of some of the themes, but you could just drill into that a little bit more.
For sure. So Bang for Your Buck is very
comedic in nature. It's like kind of self-explanatory. But we're trying to use that kind of humor to make calling upon these issues a little bit more fun. In that we are incorporating a lot of things that are frowned upon ethically generally in the games industry, whether it's lying through Kickstarters, obnoxious advertisements, like you can't click the X on them, it takes you to something that's not right. And then you look at it from the other's perspective of like unbridled capitalism, which we are also incorporating, which fits in really nicely because we're using the stock market. And we're just taking the like super comedic approach in making it just something that's fun to look at, fun to play, an enjoyable experience all around. Because as you're playing it, you can note that wait, that's not exactly good. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. So it's sort of a way to have fun and a way to learn a little something along the way.
So it's a kind of a satire, if you will.
Yeah, it's a satire.
Okay, and Denise, we talked about this just a little bit towards the end of your presentation earlier, but if you want to say more about the thematic content that you're addressing with your game.
Yeah, so admittedly, on a wire, I wouldn't say it's for every audience out there. It's more geared towards people in my generation or people like just coming out of college or just coming into college. So it really does go through themes where you have two siblings that have gone through a similar trauma, and you have to open up the question about if despite having good intentions, if actions say otherwise, how would you be able to react to that kind of thing? So it isn't necessarily supposed to force feed the whole theme that most generational trauma media has right now, where it's the family member has to admit that they're wrong, and then the members that were affected have to immediately forgive despite everything that happened. So we wanted to do a slow burn kind of thing that would really relate to certain people in our target demographic, that basically opened up the whole conversation and kind of provided like a bit of a you're not alone kind of aspect, and kind of really questioned it doesn't necessarily matter what your intentions were. That's having good intentions is the base requirement to be in someone's life.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. So it's like not necessarily going with the sort of like the clean, tidy redemption narrative that we sometimes see, right?
Yep.
And it sounds like it's kind of like like admitting that it's difficult and messy and kind of keeping it in that.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no villain, there's no hero at that point either. So that we're just people trying to figure out a way to get through life that way.
Yeah, one of the things that was interesting looking at these games is different ways of approaching topics. Both in Boiling Over and to me on a Wire also, that it is this kind of slice of life, like this kind of mundane activity that you do for much of the game, like you're making lattes and espressos, or you're crafting hammers or something. You're just going about this day-to-day life. But then all the rest of this experience is so intertwined in that, instead of necessarily being like right at the front. And then with bang for your buck, it's like another different way of approaching this through satire, and like there's this kind of twist, like it kind of pulls the rug out from under you a little bit as you're going along through that game, which I thought was really neat. Anyway, so these were all like really fascinating and I think really kind of experimental and risk-taking projects that you all did, and all the judges want to applaud you for them. So the winner for the Excellence and Impact Award category for this year is Boiling Over. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And if you wish to make a speech, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I can say just a couple things real quick. So this project started out as a class project in not this previous fall semester, but the one before that. And we couldn't have done as much as we have without support from faculty at RIT, as well as RIT's Magic Spell Studios, who provided us financial support and guided and mentoring that sort of helped us take our initial concept and build it into into a polished and complete experience like it is now. So it has also just been a very team collaborative effort. A lot of people even though there are some sad moments or tense moments in the game, there is a lot of joy and there's a lot of cuteness with the art and the characters a lot of people love. And I think that comes from the entire team working together and supporting one another. So behind the scenes, we're also trying to, give a good example of what good game development culture is like. And I think that it's really showing in recognitions like this. So thank you so much for this recognition and the award.
Thank you. Terrific work, everybody. All right, so moving on to our next award category. We had a hard time even knowing what to name this. We've called it the Experimental Award. This is for games that are off the beaten path, often left field, that are pushing the boundaries, redefining what games are, maybe not even caring if the things that they are actually are games, but in any way are opening our eyes to new experiences. So here are the nominees for the Experimental Award.
Forest? Wait, no, yeah, I checked that out earlier. Okay, I'm so sorry. I think I'm spending a lot of time on the computer, as if that wasn't something that I already do, but I'm going to go ahead and go back now and just see what was the other way.
Fascinating experiences, all of them. Let's see, do we have any of those nominees here today? All right. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Park staff. How are you doing?
Hello.
So these were all really different games or game-like things. Dumpling.love was it's a throwback to early internet art, but maybe imagining some other weird version of that reemerges today and crossbreeds with games in some manner. Bios.create, the thing that the judges were really fascinated with that game was the kind of idea of worlds that could make, and in some ways it fit within of course it's within the tabletop pencil and paper kind of genre, but also seemed to be doing something a little different in that. Brett and the Unreads was an example of kind of game that the judges felt had just such a singular, unique vision to what that game was trying to do. And quick character creator, if there was an award for a game that's best for playing on stream, that would have been it. Wonderful example of taking this one element of a game that, as designers, we would generally tend to think of as just a little bit that you do before you play the real game. But in reality, to be honest, how many players actually just spend all their time in the character creator anyway. So the kind of creativity that could emerge out of that was just fascinating and really, really hilarious to see. Well, the winner for the experimentation experiments award is Dumpling.love. Bravo. Okay, so I will move on to the next category. So this category, well, in a way, it's not exactly an official award, but this is something that the judges wanted to give some recognition for. So a lot of what we look for in awards are the kind of focused successes. It's like the game that that did the art really well, the game that did this one algorithm, this one mathematical arrangement really well, or that got this one design structure implemented very successfully. In some ways, these kind of awards are looking at focusing, at scoping down, at kind of refining. We in a way encourage things that are smaller and focused as opposed to ones that are large and sprawling. But there's room for recognizing that as well. So this recognition is for the biggest dreamers. So let's meet our nominees for the biggest dreamers award. So this is this is a recognition for everybody who kind of ignored all the times that people said, reduce your scope. This is, these were all games that struck the judges because you were going big. You were like going for something really epic, something really extraordinary. And the realities of constraints of like time and space, are things that we all deal with, particularly in games. But maybe I'd like to just ask everybody to project what is that grand epic vision that you were going for with your games. Mike, why don't I start with you?
I think you're muted.
Mike, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
So,
I can hear you.
And you can hear me too?
Yes, I think so.
All right, yeah. So in the very beginning of Steal Yourself's development, we were looking for pushing it in more of like a roguelike direction, and we were pretty out of scope. We had some systems that never made it into the game, such as classic roguelike systems, like when you die, your items will get placed where you died and stuff, and also for example, there were other upgrades that would stay with you after you died. Stuff like that never made it into the game, but I think in the end we were pretty satisfied with our 3 bosses that did make it into the game, and maybe Charles has something else that I missed.
Yeah, over the course of development, we really focused on trying to show Bastile's journey in the best way that we could. So we wanted to make sure that the most important of our environments made it through, and that you could really see all the different types of combat and experiences that Bastille would go through. And overall, I think we did a pretty good job with getting a Westwood who and the final boss to really show those aspects.
Yeah, thanks. Justin.
Well, yeah, definitely had some big dreams with this game. Just for the main thing is, right now it's like, okay, combat is automated or it's not automated. Travel is automated or not automated. Something I really would like to add on if I continue working on this project, which I hopefully will, is the ability to basically choose how the automation takes place. Like, okay, you can just the basic combat automation has you attack the enemy, just only attack. That's all you can do. And if you die, well, you go back to the end. But there could be variations on that where it's like, okay, if you spend an extra 100 gold, you can get the thing where they use magic sometimes. For another 500 gold, you can get it where they use the magic that actually hurts the enemy's vulnerability, the one they're weakened to. Also, enemy vulnerability. I'd like to add that in as well. Right now, Thunder Magic is 2.5 times more effective than anything else, simply because all my enemies are below. And in the top left corner of my screen, you can see like a little mini map. Well, that's because something I had planned at least halfway through the semester was basically to have multiple maps at once. Like, okay, this is the easy map, that's the medium map, that's the hard map, and then you basically repeat the process over and over again. On the first map, you have to do everything manually, but then you can get the then you get the automations, then you get the mercenaries, and so on and so forth. And then once that map's like fully automated, you move on to the next map, where you can get the rare materials to craft more rare items. Also, item crafting, that was another big dream that didn't quite find its way in.
All right, and Chris, what were the other big dreams for your
Yeah, so with Swing Spell, the dreams weren't really like things that we didn't do mechanically, but more things we didn't get to do structurally. Like, we have most of the stuff we want in the game, but one of our original ideas was to kind of have the world be more interconnected, kind of like a pseudo open world where the 3 different areas could be like interconnected, and you can see the world kind of like be built around them, and you have like the tower in the center, and you'd be able to like go back and forth and make it more of an exploration kind of game instead of a like platformy kind of game, which we did end up cutting and just making it individual levels, but it's nice to think about what could be.
Okay. Well, so the winner of this category, the biggest dreamer, is Astral Chart, who the judge wanted to highlight for having the kind of ambition and utter disregard for scope to try to make a galactic scale space combat, space battle kind of simulator. But thank you to all of you, and keep dreaming. So the last award for this evening is the Grand Prize Award. So this award, it goes to the game that really pulls it all together. It's the game where design and art and story and music all combine to really make something special. So here are the nominees for the Grand Prize. So let's meet the nominees. Rebecca, Don, good to see you again. Ethan, hello, welcome. So Ethan, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about Letter Lattice, since we didn't have an opportunity to have a stream demo earlier.
Yeah, sure. So it's essentially a word puzzle game that sort of explores sort of the nature of like the intertwining words of the English language. So basically the rules of the puzzle is that each word down the ladder or the lattice switches one letter at a time. So for example, in a smaller puzzle going from dog to cat, you might go dog and then dot and then cot and then cat. So adding one letter each different. And so obviously the puzzles get really, really complex as you get into like 6-letter, 7-letter puzzles because you have more and more steps that are needed to transition between two words.
Yeah, great. The judges were really impressed with the how tight that game is, the kind of focus and quality in the design and the level of professional polish that just really made it stand out. It was very interesting looking at all of the different games. So and so all of these games that are the nominees for this award, the judges looked at them for like really different reasons. So Mirer, the thing that really stood out again was the kind of the combination, the way all those elements like pulled together in something that's a fairly difficult genre to really do successfully with a really unique twist. With The Day I Left, on almost the completely opposite end of the spectrum. It's such a simple but also powerful game, and so it really stood out for its ability to move the judges. However, the winner for the grand prize is actually Vigorous, who I see who are not here, so I'm tempted to I'll just take their prize step. But anyway. Are they here?
Yeah, I'm here.
We go. Oh wait, sorry, you're Vigorous, right? Sorry. Yes, there you are. So congratulations. The judges were really impressed with that game was how strong it was on all of these categories. So having such unique art, having such well composed music and effective sound design. Having very intricate and detailed and well implemented gameplay, and the entire package really came together for you. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You want to say a few words?
Yeah, I want to thank our my team members. We have a great composer and 3 great artists and also the great designer. So I want to thank their work and their motivation to continue to work on this project after their graduation. Because initially this project is my capstone project, but we continue to work on this project after our graduation, and polish it and finally go to Steam, publish it. Yeah. I want to thank them all.
That was going to be my next question: is what's next for the game? But
so my next step is to continue to polish the game because there are some still bugs or something not good in the game, and we're also considering to port this game into more platforms such as Mac, Nintendo Switch, or other platforms. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, bravo. Well, congratulations to all of you. This is also an incredibly difficult category for the judges because such outstanding work from you and so many of the games in the showcase. So thank you. So that brings us to the end of our program. Thank you all for joining us. Again, thank you and a big congratulations to all the winners, the nominees, and all the students for all of your hard work. It's extraordinary and in a way humbling to see all of this creativity and energy and fantastic work pushing the definition of games. I also want to say thank you to everybody who helped make this event possible. to Darian Shump, who is the administrative coordinator for the Center of Excellence in Digital Game Development here at RPI. He started just a few weeks ago and has really been absolutely essential in pulling this entire event together. He's backstage operating all of these the pieces here in StreamYard. I want to say thank you to Mengtai Zhang and Lu Yang, two of our graduate students who really built out the virtual environment, the virtual expo in AltSpace VR on an incredibly tight timeline, and including like shifting our whole plan over from a different virtual platform almost at the very last minute. Another big thank you to Dustin and to Cindy and to Zach, our judges, for all of your hard work in evaluating and playing and looking at these games. And to Mark DeStefano, who had the luck to just pop into the comments section in our YouTube stream and was willing to like jump in here at a moment's notice to join you. We miss him terribly. Well, thank you all. It's been a fantastic day. And carries us forward, I think, with new visions of the future of game design. With that, I wish you all a happy rest of your weekend. Congratulations to those of you who are graduating, and best of luck in the next stage of your journeys. So, thank you all again. Take care, and good night.